Hi everyone, welcome back to CSharpCorner Angular Virtual Conference. You are watching the second half of the show, and I'm your host, Stephen Simon, for this virtual conference. In the next session, we are going to have Natalia as our next speaker. Quick introduction about Natalia. Natalia has an extensive background in web design and development, and she works in the role of front-end architect for leading enterprise brands. She is WTM organizer for the Barcelona chapter, international conference speaker, technical content writer, and definitely a Google Dev expert for Angular and web. We are really excited, honored, and humbled to have her today. So let's welcome our next speaker of the show, Natalia. Hi, Natalia. Welcome to the conference.
Thank you very much. I love that video. I think there is nothing left to say after that. It's amazing. Thank you very much.
I'll definitely in the following email, I'll definitely send you that video personally so that you can go back and rewatch it. But Natalia, thank you so much. I know you are on vacation. Still, you have given time. I really appreciate for that. A quick check of where you're joining today. I know you're on holidays. You said you're from Oregu, and then we had Spain. So where you are exactly right now?
Well, I'm in southern Spain, near a small town in Alicante called Moraira, and it's super nice here, but it's super warm. So if you see me melting down, that's the reason. But it's super nice. I recommend to vacation here.
Yeah, definitely. A vacation is much needed, and I think that the next 45 minutes is going to be really amazing, right? So, Natalia, I think it's all you now, right?
Okay.
You can go ahead. Yeah, that was quick, right?
Thank you very much.
All right, so there you go. I'll drop from the stream now.
Okay, so yes, I think there is nothing left for me to say to introduce myself, because that video that they put a lot of detail, a lot of attention. I thank you very much for having me here. Even though I am on holidays, like Steven said, I think it's very important to share knowledge, and especially when we have new tools or new features in our Angular ecosystem. And this is what I'm going to be talking to you about today. Usually when I speak about Scully connected to performance, I like to compare the metric result or results for static site rendering, which is what Scully does, with those of classic server rendering, right? Or client-side rendering. That's what we have for Angular applications as default. I'm going to focus in the client-side rendering for now, so we can explore a little bit the metrics we get when it comes to performance. I don't know if every one of you is familiar with this, but if you're doing web development, for sure it's a good thing to be to be knowledgeable on how performance is perceived by your users. So when we have a client side, I apologize for the noise. When we have a client side rendering strategy, what happens is that the client or the browser is super busy taking care of the business logic, of the routing, fetching of the data, fetching from APIs, doing all these logical operations that it needs to finally render a page or a route, right? And because it's so busy with all this, sometimes, and it happens at runtime, by the way, sometimes we get a fast first paint, we get a fast first contentful paint. I really advise you to go and learn what those metrics mean if you are not familiar with them. We also get a fast time to first byte, or the first byte that gets ever painted on the page. But the time to interactive, or the time when the application becomes responsive, responsive in the sense that it responds to user input, sometimes it gets really slow. And for me, as a front-end architect, I am super concerned with performance, obviously, because how well our sites perform is crucial to guarantee return on investment and fulfill our KPIs in the customer side, and also our SLAs on us as providers of web services, right? So this is why I paid a lot of attention recently when Google advertised a new performance metrics, a new initiative they have called Core Web Vitals, consisting on LCP. I will tell you more about it. LCP, FIP, and CLS. And let's see what those acronyms mean. They mean LCP is the largest contentful paint. So it's when the largest piece of content above the fold gets finally rendered, and it's measured in seconds or milliseconds. And then we have the first input delay, which is also measured in time. It's when finally you can interact with the server through this UI, like you click on a button and then the browser finally gets some response or does something around it, or maybe that happens entirely on the client, right? And finally, the cumulative layout shift. This is super important to us because in dynamic context, and that's mostly our Angular applications, things turn to shift around and there is a lot of sometimes unnecessary animation, and that plays against our perceived performance or our core web vitals. And that's not measured in time, but in a different kind of unit. But yes, having a static layout served for the first time would help in achieving really well scores for core web vitals. And another typical concern when it comes to delivering sites is SEO, right? And in the case of the typical client-side rendering, like our Angular applications, dynamic content generation happens, and it implies that content is not available to be indexed unless there is a request to a certain route, including the default one. So at least for some browsers, content is sort of obscure. They cannot reach it and they cannot index it, and that plays against our SEO rankings. So this makes client-side rendering sort of problematic strategy for solutions that heavily rely on accurate content indexing, like marketing blogging, for example. And when it comes to Angular, we have a rendering strategy type that sort of overcomes or takes care of a few of the mentioned issues. And what I'm talking about is Angular Universal. So let's explore the performance metrics for perceived speed for the server-side rendering strategy like Angular Universal. It also happens, that happens at runtime, but on the server side. So the whole rendering process takes place on the server, and it now takes care of all those heavy load operations. And the perceived performance metrics are quite similar to the ones of client-side rendering, but we may be facing new problems or additional problems that we will need to solve. So first of all, development for server-side rendering with Angular Universal forces you to consider using dependencies that are ready to execute a lot of operations that we tend to perform on the client now on the server. And also you have to write your code specifically for server-side rendering because, well, for example, the DOM is not available on the server. So you need to write with an entirely different flavor your applications. You also need to use modules that are conceived for this technique, and also maybe need a special infrastructure, more complex, probably more costly as well. And another downside of server-side rendering with Angular Universal, for example, used to be the duplication of state. Because when the application is bootstrapped in the client, since you both request state from the server and the client, it produces a certain flickering because you have a certain state in the client, and then the application gets bootstrapped, and there is like a certain time when things may not match. This issue can be solved with the transfer state API that allows you to precisely serialize and deserialize state in a store from the server side to the client side and avoid this duplication. But all those special requirements, the cost implied, all of that leaves a great portion of dedicated solutions out of the Angular Universal scheme, let's say. It's super simple to have an Angular application up and running, right, with the CLI. Right now, you go and type a few commands and click a button, and you have a working application. But if we wanted to use Angular for a simple blog site, for example, or a documentation site, it is probably not the ideal solution. So needless to say, if you have a standard Angular application and you want to migrate it to Angular Universal because of SEO reasons or because of performance reasons, it is quite the effort. It's not that trivial, and it may take a lot of pain and a lot of headache. So what? One second. So it's not only performance and SEO that we may be missing out. There is also the whole Jamstack offering that we may be missing out if we don't have the ability to think about rendering strategies other than server side and client side. And when I say the Jamstack, what do I exactly mean? The Jamstack has been around for 5 years, so it's very likely most of you, if not all of you, know about it. But it has gained real traction and has become a real successful methodology, I would say, for about two of those, or for about the latest 2 years. And why is that? It's because it's a collection of best practices that ensure better performance, higher security, and also lower costs at the time of delivering websites. And together with the concept of everything lives in Git, like you don't have to do additional installations of databases or connect to foreign systems in very complex ways. Deploys are atomic inversions. Assets should be served from a CDN exclusively. Along with all those best practices, we also have the suggestion that the best way to deliver sites is delivering pre-renders, or what we are going to talk about, static generated pages. So like I mentioned, in the Angular ecosystem, we did not have a tool to help us with that. And this is why if other frameworks were really on the train of the Jamstack, Angular was not yet there because it didn't have really the tool to enable this until recently, until December 2019, to be more precise. This is when the hero devs, which are Aaron Frost, Juan Cano, and Sander Elias, they released Scully for the first time. And what is Scully? So, like we mentioned before, it's a static site generation tool. It enables pre-rendering, and it works on top of Puppeteer. And you're going to say, what's Puppeteer? Well, Puppeteer is basically an API to the Chrome Developer Tools protocol that you can use to render HTML on a headless Chromium browser instance. So it's important to keep in mind some of the requirements to use Scully. You cannot just use it for any application at the moment. You need to be on Angular 8 or 9 or above, and you need to also be using Node version 10 minimum. So installation is super simple with schematics. You use ng-add, and the full command is ng-add at Scully.io /forward-init, and boom, that's it. You have Scully in your application. And I have to say that I migrated a standard application to Scully. I first had to migrate it or upgrade it to version 9 because it was in version 7, and it was completely painless. So now that you know what it is, what Scully is, and how you install it very easily with schematics, let's see how it exactly works. So the important part is that it does its job at build time. We have seen other strategies, they all work at runtime, but this one is at build time. Instead of on demand or server side or runtime client side, it's while you do the build. So Scully does the whole data fetching, the whole logical operations, all this business logic is interpreted, everything is handled, including the routes at build time, and it outputs or produces this HTML in its static form. So it then places this HTML that has rendered in this Chromium headless browser in a folder that by default is this/static, but you can configure it to be anything else, and we're going to see that later. So of course it needs a router enabled application, because basically what Scully does is it says, okay, we have route 1, 2, and whatever you define, and it maps it or converts it to a normal or standard HTML page. And how does it do that? Well, it has a process. When you run Scully, you trigger a process that runs a bunch of plugins or inbuilt plugins by default. Those plugins take care of different concerns through the process cycle. So you have the router handling plugins that basically take care of handling the route discovery or finding out what routes you have in your application. Then the render plugins that take care of transforming the HTML output. The file handler plugins used by the built-in content folder plugins that take care of different file document extensions, for example, Markdown. And finally, you have the route discovery done and the out done that can trigger scripts or can run processes when the route discovery or everything else is completed. Apart from the built-in plugins, it is very, very easy to write your own custom plugins to solve specific problems in your own implementation. So at the beginning of Scully, you had to write them in JavaScript, but now there is TypeScript support and they are part of the build process, and it's simpler for TypeScript developers. And basically for any other similar tool that we have in other frameworks, in other communities, the community contributions of custom plugins is very, very important to expand the ecosystem and make the tool even more powerful and cover more use cases. So we are hoping that in time we're going to have more and more community contributions to the plugins ecosystem, and we're going to have Scully serve even more purposes as it does right now. So I'm going to demonstrate the use of a custom written plugin in a bit. But before we do that, let's talk about another very important feature of Scully, and it is that it allows us to start a server to serve these static files and test the HTML output at development time. So you have the ability of putting together both versions, the fully dynamic Angular distribution and the static pages, to compare them and see how you are doing better at performance and SEO and even inspect your applications and see the conversion. So what is the gain? What is the gain of doing this, of installing Scully? The most important gain is obviously speed. Like we said, it happens at build time. Then you have a fast everything, the fast first pane, the fast first contentful pane, the fast first time to first byte, the fast time to interactive. And when we go back to this core web vitals, all of them are going to be winning scores because nothing will move around. You have now a static page, and the time to interact fully with the content is going to be right away. So performance gets exponentially better when and speed, or like Aaron says, wicked fast pages when it comes to loading them. So let's propose a problem, and let's imagine we want to have a documentation site. So it's just like a blog site. They are the perfect problem to solve with static pre-rendering because it is likely your data is stable. You may not have to connect to any other services for authentication or anything like that. So let me show you how I solved that problem with a little demo. To speed it up, or for the sake of brevity, I have done already some of the work. I have already installed Scully. I have done it to an Angular 9 application with routing, of course. And then I created a module called docs with schematics in the way you are seeing in the slide right now. And in the template for that module, and this is very important, you cannot miss that part if you do this manually, is I added the Scully content tags, and this is where the Scully static content gets injected, right, for each page. And finally, when you install Scully, one of the things that gets created is this configuration at the root of your project. And this is exactly where we can change some of the defaults, like I mentioned before, like the output directory, which is by default is /static, but you can change it to something else if you want. You also have the project name, the project root. And in this case, what I did is I created this entry or this property in the routes property that's called /docs/2 Slack. And Slack can match a string that we're going to see, or like we are going to see in a moment. And this, I defined that this route needs to be discovered as a content folder type, and the folder where the sources are at is docs. So we're going to also see how I created a side navigation so we could access every one of these documents very easily and very simple. And also it automatically refreshes every time we have new content and we do a new build, because it would be it wouldn't be very nice to be adding all those entries manually. So what I did is I made use of the Scully route service. The Scully route service reads the discovered routes from a JSON output. And then also I used an observable to continuously, like I said, or automate the process of getting new entries into this side navigation. Finally, yes, like to say, I put it in an order list, so I could give it some kind of an order by number. In this case, 1, 2, 3, but you can in any case do it in the way that is best to you. So let's change now to see some code and see some terminal work. Let me do this in a moment, because I need to stop sharing my screen and I need to share a different screen. So let's share the entire screen and find the right place. Let me clear this a bit because I was testing. I wanted to make sure that everything worked. And the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to create a new entry. And you're going to see how I do it with schematics, because it would be very painful to do this, or very tedious to do this manually and be creating content in that folder. And by the way, this content is markdown. So Scully is going to convert Markdown to HTML using an inbuilt plugin that it comes powered with. So what we're going to do is we're going to do an ng generate, and we're going to say Scully.io init post. So I could pass right now already the title for my post. And I say post because this is by default meant to create blog posts, and this is why they call it post, but it could be entry as well. But you need to type it in this way because this is what the schematic is expecting. So init post, and let's just do this. And then it's going to prompt me or it's going to ask me, what title do you want to use for this post? And let's create the home page, because we are going to want to have a default page also in our application. And what's the target folder for this post? By default, like I explained, it's thinking it's going to be blog, but we can pass whatever else we want. In this case, we're going to say docs, and boom, it creates already the markdown file in the docs folder at the root of our application. So now if we go to the editor, we see that we have a recently created docs folder with a homepage empty. And if we take a look, we have a front matter YAML configuration here that we can use to manipulate this file. So I'm going to say, okay, instead of homepage, because homepage is a little bit not too attractive or enticing, let's call it awesome docs site homepage. And yeah, it says as description, blog description, but we're going to say, yeah, this is the homepage for my Scully site. And as you can see, the initial state for publish for any new page you generate via the schematic is false. It doesn't mean that Scully won't discover it. It means that it will take it as unpublished. So we're going to just set this to true. And also I'm going to add another property called flag. And I'm going to manipulate the path to this file so I can add it to a URL I want. Because right now the URL would be homepage, but I want it to be something else. Let's call it Scully Docs homepage. And I choose this on purpose because I set this one to be the default route for our application. So now we have all these written. We may want to also change this. This is an awesome title. And yeah, Angular has static content generation now. Okay, now we have all this markdown written and the YAML configuration here. We are going to go back to the terminal and we're going to run Scully for the first time, and we're going to cross our fingers that it goes fine. So we're going to do an npm run Scully and see what happens. So it tells me, the first thing it does is it tells me that to discover new routes, I should be using this flag, -- scan routes. But this is our first content page, so we don't need to do this. But in the future, we will. You will see now. And it also tells me that it created the Scully routes.json, the one this service we mentioned before, it's going to be reading from to create the site navigation. And it also explains me that it created this Scully docs homepage index.html and rendered it into file static /index.html, because I told it that this should be the default page for our application. And what we want to do also is we want to launch the server. So let's do an npm run Scully serve. And this will start two servers, the Angular distribution server on localhost port 1864 and the static server on localhost port 1668. So we're going to go here. And we're going to reload this. And as you can see, we have the our doc site. I had already some CSS as well to make it a little bit nicer. And we have here the site navigation with the awesome doc site homepage. Yay, Angular has static content generation now. And if we want to see this here, if we go to the distribution, static docs, we have it here. Scully docs homepage is an index.html. We will find the yay, Angular has static content. All this has been output as HTML with all the assets in line because it's a static page. Scully also generated a 404 page for us. And let me show you as well the assets Scully routes over here. This entry with the route path we provided, also the title, the description, the state for published, and the Scully docs homepage. Also, as you can see, because this is using the content folder plugin, it says the source file, which is homepage MD. And also we have the default route, the homepage over here. So yes, we have now a route, but having only one route is not nearly as amazing. So what we are going to do is, I have a little backup here, so I don't have to create one by one with a few lessons. And let's move these lessons. Let's not move it. Let's copy them to the docs folder. Okay. Let me clear this a bit so you can see. And now, yes, we're going to run Scully with the scan routes. Oops. Scan routes flag. And let's see what happens and what we get. We should be, or Scully should be discovering these new routes. And it does, in fact. As you can see here, that's lesson 2, lesson 1, lesson 3, rendered into file. And it tells you exactly where it's rendering the new files. And if we, launch the server again, go back here and refresh, and we have already all the new lessons ordered over here, and we can go and see them. And as you can see, if I go to lesson 3, I have a gist here, because who would want to have a documentation site for developers and not have a gist or have some sort of code demonstration or example over there? But what happens is that if you, like me, add just a script, like we can see here in the test gist, it's going to be in the middle of a template. And that's not possible. We cannot execute scripts like this in a template in Angular for security reasons. So what we're going to do is we're going to use a custom plugin written by Sam Flubergs. And I said yesterday, because I had a conference where I spoke about this topic as well, that I was going to post in Twitter a series of links. So please stay tuned, because I'm going to do it right after this, this session, where I'm going to link you to Sam's blog and also to my repository, so you can fork it and continue to play with this and maybe even improve it. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the configuration. Don't pay attention to this for a minute that is commented, because I didn't want to type all that later. I'm not sure I'm going to be able, because of time, to do this, but maybe we get to see a different kind of data fetching for Scully. So for now, concentrate on this route. And what I'm going to do is I already installed the plugin, again, for the sake of brevity and time. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a constant, and I'm going to call it disable Angular. And this object is going to require this Scully plugin disable Angular that I have already installed and saved as a developer dependency. And then I'm also going to create another constant. This is going to be an array called post renderers. And I'm going to pass disable Angular here. 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 And I'm going to pass disable An And I could potentially use this. I could disable Angular for all the routes in my static or pre-rendered application. But let me show you. If I wanted to do it like this, I should call the default post renderers property and give it this value. But I'm going to do this only for the routes that are matching this pattern, docs/slug. And to do that, I just create a new property here called post renderers, and I pass it this array. This array could contain potentially as many plugins as you want to execute post-rendering. But right now we're only going to use this one, the one we have installed. And now what we're going to do is we're going to rebuild our application. We need to pass it for this plugin to work correctly. We need to I never remember this stats JSON. We need to read the stats JSON in order to know what dependencies from the graph we need to disable Angular entirely. So this is why we need to pass this flag when we are building the application. So now hopefully, oh, I said post. Yes, I am mixing things. ng build prod, we're going to build the production version and pass the flag stats/JSON. Thank you, Angular and CLI, for letting me know that was not an option. And let's hope it hurries because I have, I think, 5 minutes. Okay, let's clear this. Let's, well, I could do this here, so I don't have to type wrong. And now let's go back to the site. Let's reload. And sometimes it takes a bit anyways. But now you have the gist here in the in your documentation site, and you can put as many as you want, and those scripts are going to be executed because there is no longer Angular to be taking care of that security measure. Of course, use this with care, not maybe for this purpose, but this is an example of a use case on why you may want to disable Angular. You may want to disable Angular because it won't do anything else after the site or the page is rendered, and you don't need to have this dependency being requested when you load the page, because that's going to penalize you also in performance, and you may not need it at all. So it's going to do all its operations at build time, then generate the page, and then maybe you no longer need it and you can disable it. So what I wanted to show you real quickly, I'm not sure I'm going to have time, but let's still try to do this. It's I want to generate another module that we're going to call temporary, and route temporary, and module going to be in the app routing. And once we generate it, we're going to do a couple of changes here, because maybe you say, but what if I want to read anyway all this content from a database or from some endpoint, because it's going to be or it's not going to scale if I am creating markdown files anyway. Or I want users or external users to be able to create this content, and obviously they cannot reach the file system and do it themselves. So what we can do is we can enable this. We can use the JSON plugin to read from an URL endpoint and use a property as the title for each one of our entries. So let's toggle this. Let me disable this for a minute because I don't want it to cause problems. And we also have to go to this new module we created, the temporary one. We need to go to the routing, and let's copy this. Let's put title here. So we have a new route discovery pattern. And yes, I have this endpoint in mocable.io. Not here. Here I cannot log in. Or here, let me see. Mm-hmm. 1 minute. Let's hope we get to do it. It's gonna be quick. I just want to show you the endpoint. It's asking me to log in, unfortunately. Maybe. Okay, no. Let's forget about that part. But you have to trust me on that. I have an endpoint with a series of entries, and what I want to do is I want to retrieve them. So let's do that. So let's run Scully again. Scan routes, and hopefully it will work right away. Yeah, so all these routes are now retrieved from this endpoint dynamically, and they are going to be created over here in the temporary folder, which is probably down here. Assets, module, source. Oh, I cannot find it. So maybe temporary. Oh, it didn't create it for some reason. Maybe there is something missing because I'm lack of time. Render it into file this static temporary. Oh, okay. So it's not creating the. Sorry, it's not creating the folder because it's not a content folder. It's a dynamic creation. So it's here. Temporary. Each one of those posts in that endpoint is new dynamic post 1, 2, 3, blah, blah, blah. And they are here generated. And then if we serve the application now with Scully as well, hopefully we have all those new entries on the well, they are not there. I mean, they are there, but they don't have the right data to read from in order to create this item. So actually what we're getting them. The routes are here, but they don't have a title right now. They don't have a description and published. And if you remember, this site navigation, what is reading is precisely the title in order to create these renders. So this is why they are not rendered right there. You cannot see, but you can see that it does create it in the inspector. We are just missing a little bit of logic to be able to also add this title right here. So yes, this is it. I also, now that we're inspecting, we can see that every one of those routed links are now a regular href property value or attribute value. So thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed it. Like I say, or I said, we'll post on Twitter, or I'll post on Twitter more information so you can fork this repository. You can play around with it. I also created a schematic to do precisely what I said. make sure that this is rendering over here. And yes, and I hope you adopt Scully, that you have fun with it, and that you can use it to solve some use cases where you need static probably more than something dynamic. Thank you very much.
Uh, all right. So that was a great session, Natalia. So much to be taken away in just 45 minutes of time. All those code snippets and all those best practices, your presentation, you all just wrapped up in a quick 45 minutes. An amazing session. Let me go ahead and quickly ask you how long it took you to put up this presentation.
Okay, I don't know, probably 4 or 5 hours.
Oh my
Uh,
goodness.
yeah, in order to investigate. First of all, because Kali is new, so you need to play around with it and really understand. And I had to read the documentation back in the day and play around with it in order to understand it myself and be able to pass the knowledge to other people. So yes, around 5 hours.
Yeah, that's almost like a work day and a holiday.
Yes,
Yeah,
but
right.
when you do this out of passion, I think you do it just a little bit, not the 5 hours altogether, but you play
Mhm.
around one day a little bit, and also it's part of my job, so this is
Mhm.
um, this is a good thing to do.
Great. So thank you so much, Natalia. That was an amazing session. We really thank you. Even it's a holiday, you have taken your time and contributed to the community. I, Stephen Simon, on behalf of our entire C Sharp Corner community and its millions of users, would like to thank you for your valuable time and have a great vacations and take care of yourself.
Thank you very much. See you soon. And if you have questions, follow me on Twitter, Amphibia
Yeah,
Creativa.
I do. I do.
Thank you very much. Bye bye.
Bye. Take care. All right, so that was the session by Natalia. Our next speaker is Srashti Jain. She is a senior developer at Advantage Technologies. She has around 5 years of experience in application development. She works around .NET, SQL Server, Power BI Embedded, Angular, and she also organizes all about web and many technical communities in Indore. Recently, she started her own group in Angular community, specifically in her region called NG Indore. Let's go ahead and welcome the speaker. And there we go. Hi, Srashti. Welcome to the C Sharp Corner live conference. I think is there an audio issue, Srishti? I think it's pretty low. I mean, I can hear it. The audience may find a little problem. Oh, it's kind of very slow. Okay, these things does happen, right? Demo demons does happen, and all these things keep happening during the live show. So, but it's great. So, thank you so much for joining. I was just watching that introduction. I just realized that you were one of a micro student partner, which is really amazing. That I think that was an amazing program. Even I was a part of, and I just loved it. I was for almost like 3 years micro student partner. We did Imagine Cups and all that. So that was a pretty good journey being an MSP. So you happen to be my senior. Okay, so perfect. You need to unmute yourself, Srishti. It's muted. You are muted right now. Srishti, you're muted. You're muted. 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 Sorry. So you want to share your screen? I have you joined the Streamline using your phone? That's great. It's just I'm afraid that we don't have the voice for some reason. Um, this it's very low. I'm afraid it's very low. All right. So by the time Srashti joins, so we have had an amazing session. She'll just come back and join once again. I'll quickly go ahead and talk about the upcoming conference that we have. We have an Azure virtual conference coming on 7th of August. That virtual conference is going to be for 2 days. We had annual for like 10 hours, but we have divided to split Azure virtual conference for 2 days. It first 6 hours on 7th of August and then another 6 hours on the 8th of August. Both the conference are going to have the keynotes, and we will be joined by some of the active community members like Microsoft MEPs, cloud developer advocates working at Microsoft. So it's going to be really amazing conference coming on 7th of August. So please stay tuned for that one. Also talking about what different type of live shows that we do apart from virtual conference. To give you an idea, we do virtual conferences twice in a month. It would usually happen around can you pull my system screen? Okay, okay. It's on the backstage. I don't see your system screen. I do see you 2 times. So she's there for 2 times, but I don't see your screen. So see you're there. Can you hear me? Can you try to speak something? You are muted, right? On one of the stream, you are muted. This demo demands that does happen, right? So okay, try to speak something. Srishti, I see you muted and unmuted yourself, but I still cannot hear you. Well, my audio is working fine. I just checked mine. Hmm, that's pretty interesting. Check, check. So, all right. So I think she's still managing to check her uh, system, but we won't stop. We'll continue talking about the different live shows that we do. Okay. And one of the live shows that we do is Ask Me Anything. So, she, you're there?
Am I
I can
audible
hear.
now?
Yeah, you're uh, perfectly, fantastically, amazingly audible now.
Okay. Thank God.
Yeah,
I don't know.
fine.
Like this thing happened when you don't need it.
Yeah, okay, perfect. So we got you now. So you are doing the audio from the laptop and video maybe from phone, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I see. I'll definitely share some of the tips that will help you how to stream better from a smartphone to get a landscape mode and all that. I'll surely drop some of the tips that I have done from the fellow speakers. So I'll surely let you know. So Srishti, I think it's all you now. You can go ahead and start sharing your screen, right? And then we are good to go. I think I've already taken your 5 to 10 minutes extra. You can just start sharing your screen and go ahead with your session.
Yeah, I just did. Is it visible?
Uh, yeah, exactly. It's visible and it's perfect. It says Angular Virtual Conference. Very creative. Thank you.
Okay. So I apologize for this setup. This happens sometimes when you are doing these online conferences, right? So yeah, so like this can be happen. So I will be seeing on my screen because I am like connected through my my video is from my this phone and I'm sharing the screen from my laptop. So this can be like I'm seeing somewhere and I'm talking to somewhere. Like okay. So let's just start like what we'll be going to learn in this session. So I'm gonna talk about what is like how you can improve the startup performance of your Angular application. Okay, so basically, so before I start, I just wanna thank you. Like I really like that intro part, and I really love that video you share. Na? So it was really good. I just wanna thank you and like whole CSharpCorner team, which are like working around and doing this really nice session. Okay, so uh, this let's start with our session. Okay, so I just wanna like share what basically like happen when we do and when we share and create any Angular application, and then we want to deploy it in our like production environment, right? So how you can do that? So you just have to run ng build command. Maybe many of you have done that, and if you are a beginner, then there is a one command which is ng build, and you have to use this flag. So you just have to write something like ng build, and this particular command, so that will be giving you bundles of your Angular whatever you have written there, right? So it will create a bundle of JS files, and then you have to deploy those JS files into your application. So let's just see like how it happened. You give the command, and what your computer show give you. So you are doing this, and it will give you some of the bundles. There will be a different bundles over there. Okay, so basically how those bundles will look like. Well, let me check like if I can run that. So this is basically I have created one Angular application over here, which is just a new Angular application, and I'm giving a command ng build and flag prod. So it is running my application in production like settings. Everything it will be. So over here in your application, you will see a dest folder over here, right? So let me just open the file explorer. This it is here. So it will be there in some time. It is right now it is building. So let me just go to our presentation again. So what those bundles will look like, whatever like component or modules you have created, if you haven't did anything, like it is new and you haven't applied anything in that, those bundles will look like this, that there will be some files, like there will be one index.html page. So basically when you have any web application, it starts with our index.html, right? And after that, if there is one thing, this like you will be having all bundles, like maybe you have different component for your user component, your payment related component, your login related different components, right? So those components will be there in your main file. So let me check if this is done. Yeah, it is. It is like happening. It will take some time maybe. So it will create some bundles. So whatever code is written over here in your application, right? It will be shown in that bundle. Like if you'll open that bundle sometime, it will give you that code. Yeah. So basically, what I'm trying to say is, so it is okay. Like your application will be bundled when you build your application, it will be bundled in this way thing. And after some time, like think about after some time when you have like kind of 20 modules in your system and different 20 modules, like because you do have an enterprise level application, and if you want to do if you have you because you have different like number of component, maybe like more than 30 component or 40 component you do have over there. And now when you will think about there are different bundles, you will eventually see a bundle which will have a bigger size, right? And what thing will happen when you hit your application to load on the browser? It would take some time to download this particular one, right? So that actually like slows down the startup performance of your application. Yeah, so this is like basically what happened. So to what we can do to like change these things in our application. So this is what we are gonna learn in this session. Okay. So this will be a quick session, and I'll be going through some kind of demos which we went right, like which we right now we will see in the demos, and then I'll showing you like shifting from slide and then demo. So I think like that will be good. Okay, so first we will run what is eager loading. Then we will talk about lazy loading. Then something there is something called preloading we can use, and there is one more thing which is custom preloading strategies. So we will learn about these four things like going through this session. Okay. So let me check if this bundle our application is like builded. Yeah, we it our command ran successfully, and let me open this. I'm sorry, this. Okay, so here you will see there is one dash folder, right? And inside that we have this folder which is the name of our application, and over here you can see a different type of bundles, right? So these bundles you just have to like put in your particular application, and whenever wherever you want to deploy, and if you put it over there, it like you will be able to run your application easily. Okay, so uh, let's go to like what let's try to understand what is basically eager loading is. Okay, so eager loading. So when what is it is whenever you like hit the like whenever you hit any URL of your application, it will download all the bundles at the first time. Like this is our server, this is our like any browser maybe, right? And what it will do whenever you will hit the URL, it will download all the bundles right away. It won't take any time, right? So that what happened over here, uh, your if your application have like it doesn't have a big bundle, it will go good, but eventually when you have a big main module, then it would take some time, and your startup performance may decrease, right? So that's what eager loading is, and this is what the like in your application, in any you'll say in any uh, like base application of Angular, it eagerly loading is like by default is over there. So you have to apply all other strategies, but eagerly loading is already present there. So how the module structure will look like. So whenever let's say you have this app module, and inside this there is a feature module, like feature module 1, feature module 2, right? So what will happen? Like whenever you will build it, it will create a particular module which will contain all your kind of all the feature module. Or it will be over here, right? Whenever you will build your application. So that's what I have just shown you. So over here you won't be able to see anything. Yeah, so there is one, these polyfills and runtime, these are like Angular related, and these are fulfilling all the backend like Angular or browser related things. But this main bundle, it have our code. So let me try to open that. So over here, if you'll see, this is all our code which we write really nicely over there in our application. It is written something like that over here. Yeah, so yeah, so it will be like that. So this is how eager loading works whenever you will create any application. So this is our application, and this is how it will look like. Okay. Now let us like talk about how lazy loading will work. Okay. Yeah. So lazy loading. Yeah. So like basically it is like that it will come to our browser very lazily whenever we will require that. So lazy loading is a technique for loading web component content when it is needed rather than like all at once. So right now what was happening, we do have only one bundle and it was downloading at that time when like application is loaded. So if how what we can do, we can apply lazy loading in our application, and how that can happen uh, let's say this is our server and this is our browser, and when we ask for bundles it will, like when we hit any URL, it will send the particular bundles which we said okay we want those, and it will download any other, maybe like let's say we do have one application, and over there when we hit that application it will download all the like login component or that component when we want to log in, right? And after that maybe I'll say okay I want to do some payment and I want to do go to that payment related section. So those bundles won't be downloaded at that time, at that particular time. So this is how like we can divide those modules. Okay, this module is over there and we don't want it on the like first load, so we can divide those modules, and those modules will be like there when we ask for it. Okay, we'll say okay I want like some other module number 2. So when we will ask for it, it will be there on demand. So this is how lazy loading works. We can apply lazy loading in our application really easily. You have to just change some things in route. So what basically happened, it separate chunks are created for every lazily loaded module, and then whenever we will need those particular module it will be downloaded. Okay, so let's see module structure, how the module structure will look like. It says okay, first module, it will be maybe shared module because we haven't asked for it. Then it will create a separate for module for other feature module. Something like that will happen, that whenever we will ask for it, we are in this application, right? And then we ask for first module, it will download that first module. When we'll ask for second module, it will download all the other module and show it in our screen. This is how it will show. And this is the particular like right now, as we didn't have any lazily loaded component over here in our application. There is only few bundles, right? But over here you can see what I did is I created separate modules for different things, and here you can see like this 3 years, then this 4 years. So I created a separate modules for different things, and this is how it did that. And what it will do, uh, for the first load, it will download this main and all, like which are the default, right? And uh, after that what it will do, if I'll click on this, I will say okay, 3, I want maybe the module 3, it has some feature. So it will download this module 3 internally and then show it on our screen. So basically it won't take time in our application, right? When we are loading our application. So this is how like you can implement the like lazy loading in your application. So basically what you have to do is you just have to include this lazy load children, and then you can import. Okay, I want to import this kind of let okay, so I just want to import user module. When they click on this particular user path, and then it should download this user module. and then particularly it will go inside that the module or the that particular component which is really like which is need to be shown over there. So this is how it works, and we can implement lazy loading using this load children, and then we can give. So this is the particular syntax of how we can implement lazy loading, right? So you just have to go and change the things over here in your routing. So inside our routing right now, there is nothing, but you can go and include it over here. So you want to like lazily load in particular module, those module will be there have this load children. It will be downloaded like lazily. Okay, so yeah. So basically, every coin has like two faces, right? So what I'll say is like you can have your application, and it can have lazily loaded modules. What it will do is like lazy loading module. So it just means like it will be loaded like later on demand whenever it is required. So basically, it will give you a better starter performance, right? But it will delay the execution of your module. Like whenever you will be executing, whenever you will the demand for that particular module, right? It will take some time, because like it will take a few minutes, whatever time your module is taking, right? So it will take that particular time. So you must be like this girl is just like this, she was saying like lazy loading can improve my performance, it can make my application better, but there will be some delay. Yeah, so it is like that. So what you can do actually is you can use preloading. Okay, so what preloading does is preloading modules in Angular is very similar to lazy loading, right? With the exception that the module will be loaded immediately after all the eagerly loaded modules are ready. So basically, what will happen? So I'll just show you with this particular like diagram after that. So the module which might be needed later are loaded after the application is needed, right? And when the module is actually needed, it is available immediately. So this is what like preloading can help us. It won't take much time. Whenever you want to click on like that lazily loaded module, it will take maybe few seconds, one or two, like maybe the half second, right? That delay won't happen if you'll be using this preloading. So how it will work is it will download all the module which we need, and then eventually after that it will be downloading all other module which are we ask for preloading. So what it will do, separate chunk is created for every lazily loaded module, and it will start loading all after eagerly loaded modules are loaded. Okay, so let me show you some code. So basically, if you'll see over here, this is what we use for our lazy loading, right? This is the code which we use for our lazy loading. What just you have to do is previously, if you'll see over here, we have this for root, right? And then we gave this routes array over here. But if you'll use if you want to use that preloading, right? Uh, so what you can do, like you can just use over here preload all module. So what basically it will do, it will just preload all the modules. It will download all modules which are eagerly loaded, and it will download all other modules like after all those are eagerly loaded modules are downloaded. So this will help somehow. um, how it will help, like it won't take time. That's what I just told you, that it won't take much time whenever you will require. those component will be available right away, right? So it won't take much time. So there is something called custom preloading strategy. So what is that? So there is a really a nice thing like to customize our preloading, but why do we need it? Like like think about an example. You have one application and there are two type of user, and they have like they are using same application, but they have like one is your customer and other one is administrator. So administrator don't want any module which customer is using, and customer won't don't want anything which administrator is using, right? So what if whenever like you will create your application and it will download each and everything for everyone, so it is not a good thing, right? So what we will do, we will do a custom preloading. So whenever they will demand, what we can do, okay, there are few modules which are eagerly loaded. There are few modules which are like preloaded. So and there can be some module which we can say, okay, I want this module on demand, like which is lazily loaded, and this is how that we can create a custom like strategy, custom preloading strategy. We can create it. So I can say like it is just a mixture of our preloading and lazily loading. So it is really cool. Like it really increase the performance of our application. Yep. Yeah, it is really cool. Okay. So to create how you can create that custom loading strategy. So basically, you just have to create a service and then implement preloading strategy into the service and then implement preloading method. Let me just show you the code. So here is the code. So what I have done is here is one custom service, okay, and this a particular service is created, and I have implemented this preloading strategy into it. And over here, what I have written a preload method over here, and it is returning observable. So what it is saying, when a route dot data is there and it says preload, then return function, otherwise send null. Okay, so this is what basically we send for, and we are calling this particular method over here. If you see, so what it will do, uh, over here you will see, okay, in routes we have added this particular data like element over here which have data, and data it has a preload uh, variable, and inside that it said true. And whenever it will whenever you hit for this particular user module, right? So whenever our application is loaded, it will check if data has preload and if preload has this true value. So if it will go over here and it say, yeah, it has a preload true, so it will just preload that particular module. But if it will check in this maybe this payment module, so it says it doesn't have that preload, so it will be downloaded in our browser lazily. So this is how this custom preloading works, and you just have to add this preloading strategy to like the name of our particular service. So this is how it works. Yep, I guess like this is all from my side, and I would like to say like this applying this lazy loading and custom preloading in our application, it makes application really like lightweighted, because I have done that in my application. Like I had one application like previously which was running in production, and it took some time because like just to download the things, and it was taking more time. So now it is like really better when I did this custom preloading, because I don't have to wait for that particular, because on web uh, like seconds. You can say like if your if your website is loading in like more than that, like 1 second, it is like a lot. So yeah, this thing make a lot of difference. So yeah, this was from my side. And i i I just want to add like th- like thank you so much. You just like, I just want you to say like be safe in this COVID situation. Everything will be fine in some time. So just say stay home, stay safe. And like this is my Twitter handle, and I'll be sharing my slides over there. So maybe if you want to take a look, you can just go over there. And also, like I just want to say like we have started a community which is, it's all about web. So we will be doing a lot of things around the web, not just only the Angular or maybe React. There will be a lot of more things. So just need a help from you maybe. So just go and follow and share with your friends. It will be really cool. And we have done uh, previously we have done many couple of workshop inside that also, like with the collaboration of NG girls. And those workshops were really cool. Like those were for girls, but it was really helpful for them. And there were many mentors who like help this event to like make us successful. So yeah, so just like it is just a community which uh, which are for the web developers. So yeah,
All
that's all
right, so
from me.
I think that was an amazing session, Srishti. All right, so I think okay, so this third person would always be there, right, to have the audio part. This
Yes.
is a little different, but okay. So that was an amazing session, Srishti. A couple of questions that I would ask, that all that you do for the community work. Apart from this all virtual conferences, you also run all your NG indoor, right? So
Mhm.
how challenging it is to run a community. You have to be consistent, right? You just cannot do it for a month and leave it. People then start looking up to you that, hey, the session will be coming. So how do you cope up with your 9 to 5 work and also manage to be a part of the running the community?
Yeah, so basically, what we did is we started a indoor technical community. Like basically, it was that Microsoft uh, community like previously. So my Microsoft technical community previously, and
I do
then
know
it,
that,
it
yeah.
came to, yeah, it came to like in the technical community. So we were already running a community, and there were a lot of MSPs which backed
Yeah.
it up, right? So it was a bit challenging at that time. So like calling for speakers, and then managing that kind of audience, like those will get help from that, right? So it was a bit difficult in the starting. But after when I started this NG Indore, right? So I just, because in Indore there are a lot of crowd which is a student. So you have to understand like uh, who will come. Like in the first couple of sessions, there were some people, but those people won't be there in like next other sessions. So what I thought about, okay, just let's go for like a kind of workshop which will have a continuous flow. So if someone is coming in this one, and if they will be like joining in next one, they will get some like more knowledge about that. So that's how I tried. And like all many communities over here, I try to approach them and ask them, okay, please like share with all the fellows over there in their community. And it was a bit challenging because you have to ask people to like join, because they are coming right now, but how you can be sure they are coming. So you have to like present a particular thing over there in,
Yeah.
before them, right? So yeah, it is a good thing to start, I guess.
Yeah, yeah, I think there are many challenges. One thing is to be consistent and making sure that you provide a good content so that people keep coming back. Having said that, what you talked about the NG girls that you did, right? So I think this sounds pretty interesting. We also at C Sharp Corner did a Women in Tech conference, but I think we still have 3 more minutes before the next session start. So I would quickly like to ask, what is NG girls and how was your experience going with that?
Okay, so NG Girls is basically a community, like it is running, an organizer is Shamila, and for this NG Girls in India, what we did, there's one of my friends, Siddharth Ajmera. He come up with this idea, and he like connected with Martina and Gaurav, and we got connected, and we thought about, okay, we will come and create, we'll do this kind of event in India. So we were thinking about, okay, like how many girls we can get, because now we have to do it everything online, right? So it is a bit difficult to manage everything. So first what we did, we plan it for Indore, and then we get all around 20 girls, and it was a bit like good. We use Microsoft Teams in it, and we divided girls into and mentors into the channel, and it was really good experience too, like because we shared, we had like in first event we had 20 girls, and some of those girls were mentors in our next events. So basically, this is NG Girls is giving creating different workshops for women's right now, and yeah, it is giving basically a basic knowledge to them of Angular.
This sounds pretty
Yeah.
interesting, Srashti. As you said that in your one of the session you used Microsoft Teams, and the volunteers eventually became the speakers in the other session. So it's great. I mean, you become a volunteer, you get to hear all the sessions, you learn from there, and eventually you go ahead and become the speakers. And what I personally believe, and I think this is very much true to everyone, is to what we have reached today, the humanity. It is because someone somewhere has shared his or her knowledge with us, and that is why what we have learned, and then we give it to someone else. Srishti, you have been doing an amazing job in the field of community. We are really proud to have you in this conference and looking forward for the future live shows. I know it's pretty late at your place, and right, it's almost like 10:45. We really appreciate that, and good night and take care of yourself.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, so that was the session from Srishti, an amazing session about the lazy loading. And the next speaker that we have with us, our very own Debasis Saha. He is a lead engineer working at V5 Soft Private Limited, Pune. He has over 11 plus years of experience in the IT industry, and he has been a big fan of Microsoft technology, as he says in his bio. He kind of works on ASP.NET, MVC, C Sharp, Azure, React.js, NoSQL databases, MongoDB, Cosmos DB, and a lot more. He's someone who loves to write articles, and he's a very active contributor on CSharpCorner platform. He's our CSharpCorner MVP, and a very go-to person if you want to learn anything related to Microsoft technologies. So let's welcome our next speaker, Debasis Saha, joining us from Calcutta, India. Hi,
Hi,
Debasis.
Sushant.
Welcome to C Sharp
Hi.
Corner Angular Conference.
Thank you. Thank you.
We really missed you at the C Sharp Corner conference. We couldn't do it this year, so I think
Yeah,
this is one way we can actually connect. And
yeah, definitely.
how's your life going on? Tell me. I know it's very late. It's going to be like almost
No,
midnight
it's
when you
okay.
end, right?
Yeah, so it's not a problem. And now in Calcutta, today is a lockdown due to the COVID situation. So
Yeah.
everybody is in home.
Yeah.
And we are, since it is currently office is also closed due to the COVID situation, so we are
Okay.
working from the home place
Yeah.
as a
So I
work
think
from
this is
home
great. I
policy.
think this virtual conferences allowed us
Yeah,
to meet. I think I
yeah,
was still looking at some of the on our previous 2019 conferences, the dinner
yes,
and all that we did. So I really
yes,
missed
yes, yes.
those memories. So this is really
Mhm.
glad to have you back and connect on this virtual
Yeah,
platform.
definitely.
The next 45 minutes is all yours, and you can go ahead and start your session and maybe start sharing your screen.
Yeah, just a minute.
I hope you received your MVP kit.
Yes, 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 I got it. I am.
Everyone is so excited to receive a C Sharp Corner MVP
Yeah,
kit. What was
it's
your one
very
of the
nice.
favorite? What was your one of the favorite goodie this time?
Yeah, favorite goodies definitely the trophies are awesome right now this year, and pencils. That is the five pencils which you sent. It's really
Yeah,
great.
yeah, that was very creative by the team who sent it.
Yeah,
I
that's
just
a,
want to finish that pencil as fast as possible and put it on the to
yes.
grow it. All right, Debasis, I can see your screen, and
Yeah.
at the moment you start putting up your presentation, I'll bring it to the live stream.
Okay. So
Okay,
let's
thank you. The next 45
okay.
minutes is all yours.
Thank you, Stephen. So welcome everybody in these sessions. So today we will discuss about the API communications and authentications using Angular 10. For that purpose, we basically today's sessions we will define basically using these sessions to develop a mean struct based application using MongoDB, Express, AngularJS, and Node.js, through which we can I will demonstrate how we can establish a API communications and authentications in AngularJS. Okay, so let's start the session. So I'm Debasis Saha. I am actually Microsoft certified trainer and CSharpCorner MVP, and also as a MinStack specialist and Azure. I'm working as a lead engineer at Wi-Fi Soft. And for if anybody wanted to contact with me, they can connect in my following handle. So in today's agenda, we will first doing creating an Angular CLI project in Angular 10. Then we'll set up an Express app for API operations and develop an API endpoints so that we can operate through database server to the API endpoints. Then we will using HTTP requests and routing through Angular to fetch those data and display in the Angular applications. We'll create an Angular service to wrap the HTTP request so that we also need to write down the every applications. Then after it, we will implement JWT authentications in the application so that nobody can access the applications or API endpoints without any proper authentications, and pass those JWT tokens for authentication purpose to the API request. And for sending the JWT token or generate the JWT token, we will implement a user logging interface in the product applications. And then we will send the JWTs to the API request form to Angular UI for authentication. So before we starting, basically it is a practical oriented session. So before we going to the start the practical demonstration, just a little bit discussions about the mean. Mean basically stands for four different applications. One is MongoDB, and another is Express, and then Angular and Node.js. So MongoDB is basically operate with the database systems. Express is basically provide us the backend web framework, which operates for the backend purposes. Angular is mainly used is a framework which is mainly used for the front-end framework, and Node.js is basically provide a backend runtime environment to operate uh, for Express and Angular, so that Angular can communicate with a backend web framework like Express and fetch and retrieve data through the MongoDB API. So let's start the first step of the our project structure. So first we'll create a new project using Angular CLI. Then we'll include some extra packages for required to implement in the main project. And then after it, we'll connect to the Mongo server using Express and developed a initialize API to insert some basic data ID in a MongoDB for test the connection establishment. And then we create that database connections environment and prepare the script to insert initial record and then execute the initial script to insert. So let's go back. So this is a simple product applications which I call the product catalog where different product names will be displayed. For that purpose, I have already created a blank Angular 10 project using Angular CLI. Say all other libraries are using the Angular 10. So after creating the Angular 10 projects, I include the following new packages within the Angular library project or Angular CLI projects. These are the packages which is required to implement the MinStack project using the Express and MongoDB. So Bigcrypt, I'll give you some little intro about these new projects or packages. So Bigcrypt is basically the one type of cryptic package for encryption or decryption purpose of the password. Body process is required to access the body data for any type of post or put type operations in the API endpoint. When we operate any post or put type of data, that at that time we need to fetch retrieve the body data using the body person. Code.js is provided the Express.js in a Node.js environment. .NET ENV is provided .NET environment of the .NET platform. Express is basically represent the Express app. Express JWT and JSON Web Token is a representative of JSON Web Token, which will be implemented later on in this demo. MongoDB is providing the Mongo library for operator database server, and npm run all is basically provide us an environment to run the both backend and front-end services at a time and simultaneously with a single command. Okay. So for that purpose, we are using this. So this is a in the SSC folder. I have created two different folder. One is client. This client folder contains all the application files related to Angular, and within the server folder, we will store all the files related to the Express app. Initially, I have created two folders. Which one is the images folder, which contains some product images, and within the sample data folder, I have created two files, JSON file, which contains some dummy JSON data related to products and users. Okay. Now let's start. Now first we need to insert some initial record. Now the first objective of us is to insert this record in the Mongo database. Okay. So let's copy the sorry. Yeah. I include some files. So these are the files has been modified. One file has been added that is called .env file. Is basically this file is basically we are using for the environmental purpose. Within this file, we will store the database connections information and JWT token secret. So initially, JWT token secret is not required. So I'll remove this part. And within the rest two key, I'll create it. One is DB connect con and another is a DB name. I need to create a database. We will access the store the data in the MongoDB as the name of the database is product catalog. And this is the credential of my local MongoDB server. If we are using any other MongoDB server, that URL need to be provided here. So first, need to create a blank database in the Mongo server with this name. So just copy this name and I'll open the Mongo Booster. This is my local MongoDB server instance. So I'll create a new database here. So right click and create database. So this is a new database which does not contain any collections or any data. Now, return back to the applications. Here we need to create. Here I'll create a new file called initializeDB.js. Now, what I have done this file. First, we'll import the .NET environment using the required JS, which is import or inject this in .NET environment key values within this file, and then we'll use import, create an instance of a MongoDB client using the required Mongo, and also you using the BigCrypt package or instance for the password management. At the same time, we create the constants related to the user and product data by reading the user.json file and the product.json file. Okay. Now here we will create a method or functions called initialize DB records. Within that functions, we'll pass the parameters called collections name, on which collections it will be inserted, and the data collections data variable name within it. Within the functions, we first create a Mongo client by passing the Mongo connections server URL, which is basically is a this one. Okay, to process.env.db underscore cons, and then we'll connect the server. After connecting the server, we'll start inserting record. If this collections has contained a password properties, then it will decrypt the password and store it in the database. Okay. And yeah,
Sorry to
yeah,
interrupt you. Is it possible you
yeah,
can just increase your font size, or
yeah,
it's not visible to the viewers?
yeah, definitely. Now, is it visible?
Yeah, a little more, maybe, or you can just zoom in, Control plus plus. I don't know if that works.
Yeah, I'll actually zoom in.
Or maybe increase the font size. I don't know. I mean, it's a little challenging to see. I don't know why.
Yes, actually, there is a zooming option. I actually zoom in.
Thank you everyone who has reached out to me in the comments, and I know it's a little blurred. It's tough to see. Yeah, I definitely agree. It is blurred. Hmm, why is it
Still it is,
blurred?
still it
The,
is
the, the
black.
screen is quite blurred. Color is also a problem. Okay, so you won't be able to see that. I guess I'll have to remove it.
Uh,
Okay,
just-
maybe you won't be able to see your screen. So
okay,
so but if you'll have to go back, try to go back to StreamYard once again. Sorry, in the Visual Studio. I think it's better now. It's better now. If you can increase one more time, it would
okay.
be great. Okay, it's fine.
Now,
It's fine. Yeah, nah, it's great. It's great now. We are good to go. I know it will be a little challenging for
okay,
you to
good.
code it. I'm sorry
No,
for
it's
the
okay.
interruption.
It's okay.
Okay,
No,
go
it's
ahead.
okay. Thank
It's
you.
all your session now. Thank you.
Yeah. So within this section, we'll first using the connections, and then we'll analyze the data. If the data contains any password property, then it will be encrypt the data with the hash sign by using the BigCrypt tool, and then it inserts the data in the collection using the insert menu statement. Okay. So at the end, we execute these two methods by passing the collections name as a parameter and with the related variable name under which we store the data. Okay. So now return back to the command prompt. We need to execute just a little bit font. I'll increase the font size. Yeah. So now I'll go back to the command prompt and I need to execute this command so that we can insert those records. For executing these initial records, we need to run the command npm run samples. So why will I'll run this command? I'll show you. In the package.json, I have created an extra script command that is called sample, and it will execute the sample data.initialize.db.js file. So that's why I'll executing the command that is npm run sample. The sample is the keyword which is mentioned in the package.json file. If we change this keyword, then the command will be automatically changed npm run and then the keyword. Okay. So just go back to the npm run sample. It will start initializing the command. time. It's few seconds to establish the connection. So database connection has been established, and it start inserting records. First, it will insert the 2 records are related to the users, and then it will insert the 10 records related to the product. Now closing connections. Okay. So stop the run and return back to the Mongo DB server. Just little bit zoom out. So now I just refresh the Explorer, and there the two of collections has been created. So product contain 10 records and users contain 2 records. If I browse the record within that, so the record has been inserted with the password encryption tool. Okay. So this is the first step which we need to perform, that insert the basic record using the Express app. So we'll initialize the records and insert the basic record within the record. Now return back to the presentation file. So in the second step, we'll create some CRUD API related to the products so that we can fetch data or save data using those API. Then we will test those APIs endpoints using the Postman, and then we'll create a product list component in Angular part so that we can fetch those data record and display in our component page or in our applications. Okay. So return back. I'll just copy the content. So first we'll need to create the CRUD API. For that purpose, I'll insert or added a new file called index.js under the server folder. And within that server folder, we are creating different CRUD API like get. One is the grade API for fetching the records of the product slash API slash product. And another API slash for post to insert the new records. Okay. So for that purpose, we'll create an instance or instance of the Express app, and then create a app of the Express package. We'll create a Mongo client instance, similarly just previous file, and body parcels for accessing the body part of the post request. And then we are using the path variable so that we can access the image path here. And then first we initialize the DB connections to connect the MongoDB. And then we'll create 2 API endpoint. One is app.get slash API slash product, which is request as a parameter, and then so which is basically fetch the record, collect the database, and find the record for all. If we want to pass any conditions, those conditions can be passed through this, and then it will return the cursor as a JSON to the return point. Okay. Similarly, we can create another post API through which we can insert the record, insert one. If there is an error, it will throw an error inserting record, or otherwise it will insert the record and pass us the 201 status code. Okay. Now we need to test this API. So for that purpose, we'll just go to the command prompt and I'll run npm start. Or say I'll just want to test the API part, so I'll run npm run server. So I'll now I want to test the server API part. That's why I'll just run into the server. So it will running in the 3000 port. The database connection is ready. That means our initialize data. This part has been called because database connection is ready. Message is thrown from this API. So this has been called, and now it will open in the 3000 port. So return back to the Postman. I'll come to the Postman and pass the API endpoint and click on the send method. So to check either the record has been retrieved or not, yes. The API is working and it will return the record. So in the records, we have a item name, category, price, quantity, and also a photo URL which contains the image file path. So that's why we are using this path variable to access the path file name directive so that we can display the images in the front end. Now return back to the client folder. Within the client folder, I'll opening the app folder. Here I'll add some new components. Here first I have used a product interface which contains the definitions of the product, that is item name, category, price, quantity, and photo URL, etc. for defining the product entity. And similarly, I'll create two different components. One is product component, which is basically display the product informations of any single product here. And then I'll create another component called product list, which is basically display the list. Within the product list, I'll use the product component. See here. So this is the list. So here we are using a ng for loop, and within the ng for loop, we'll iterate every product. We'll pass the product value to the product component so that product information can be displayed. And then I'll add those component references in our routing modules for the product list components in the routing modules and pass the product as the default route, and also add those component informations in the app.component module so that when we run the applications, it will display the product. Okay. Now let's go back to the command prompt and stop the server. And now npm start. So npm start command is basically start both the backend service and the front-end service. So when we run the npm start, it will start the backend API port within 3000 port, and at the same time, it will start the client applications or Angular applications in the 3000 port. So for the first time, it will take some little bit time because it will using the ng build to build a product and then implement. So fractions of some more time is required to start the build process because it compiles the express apps and then checks the entire app. Okay, let's go back to the presentations and until it will be executed, we'll discuss in the next part. So in the next part, we'll just create an product additions at product UI through which we can add our new product components, and then we'll implement the client-side route and the save data in the post database using the post API. Okay. Start compiling. For some CSS style, I am using the semantic CSS pattern. You can download that. It is a free library which can be downloaded from the semantic sites, and those CSS has been added in the project also. So it will generate the bundle. And then after compilation, it will open in the port. So let's go back to the browser and run localhost 3000. So It will fetch the record and display in the browser. So maybe there is some design issue or the pattern. The CSS is not looks good. So just I'll show that either it is fetching these records or not properly. So I'll open the network tab and hit the refresh button. So this is the product API details, and it will hit the localhost product 300 3000 endpoints, and it will return the result to us. So our fetch API is working now. At the time, we need to add new product using the add product button. For that purpose, I'll simply add four files in the application. So within that product, I'll include two components. One is the add product components, okay, which is basically contains the add product folder and some CSS related bits, and then add dot component product within the route, add product route, and the add module component. Okay. Now just stop this application and again it's run. It will reveal the applications. So back to the I'll simply so there is a new button has been appeared. It is called add product, and once we'll add any product URL, we can add the product URL here also. Okay. So suppose I need to pass any add new URL. Just a second. I need to copy one image path from there. Sample data. Nokia.jpg. Say I'll say Nokia 10, the mobile category. I'll put any price, quantity, and slash images. Slash okay, the product has been added. It will display, and now when we go back to the home page, it will display the new added item. So this way we can add the new product, and also if we go back to the database and refresh the database collection, so it will be displaying the 11 items. So new one item has been added in the product collection. Okay. So in the next step, we'll display how we can. So till now we will communicate with the HTTP request. So also we can implement the Angular service to implement that HTTP call, and along with we will implement the Express router in this application. So just I'll go to little further for the shortage time. So yeah, Express it and Express router server. Okay. So return back to the Visual Studio Code. First, I'll display how we can implement a API wrapper service. So there, I'll create a API Angular service. And for that purpose, we are using the base URL using the environmental variables within the application, which is stored here, like API URL I have stored there, API URL for accessing the API endpoint. And now we'll define the subscribe functions, that is post, get, put, delete, and then pass the common method logis here, so that from any component or service, we just need to inject this service and pass the API call for that purpose. So related that, we will make the changes in the product list or add product components. So here I'll inject the API services and inject the API HTTP service as the API service and just call the HTTP service get method by passing the route name of the API. Okay. So this way we can use the wrap for functions, and similarly in the server side we'll create one method called API router.js JS file, which is basically contains the some same code type of code of the which is written in the previously in the index.js. And within that file, we will create the separate API routers for get and post, and export that API router to the as a export module.export. And then we'll create express app within the file create express app.js, where we'll inject the API router file and pass that API router file within the express app. So we'll just simply bifurcate the index.json entire code in three different files. So creating in the API router as a separate file and create express app so that we can properly implement the JWT token in later on. Okay. So after executing this, there is no changes in the application because it will remain same. Just we pass some wrapper services within the applications. So now it's time to implement the JWT token. So JWT token is basically the API route. Which why we are using JWT tokens, because our API routes is currently are not locked down. We can access the data from anywhere. So that's why we require some authentication keys. And normally JWT token or JSON web token is one of the standard mechanism for accessing it. It will be using the industry standard RFC 7519 pattern. That is save and compact. Okay. So for that purpose, what we are using, simply copy the environmental file. So in the environmental file, we will pass the JWT tokens here. This token is this is basically the JWT key that can be accessed, and then within the API router method, we use this method to check the proper JWT access is given or not. So router.use check JWT. It's a check JWT is a package under the express JWT method package, and which is check the either it is API contain a request contains a valid JWT token or not, which is otherwise it will return to the API authentication method. API authentication API endpoint is basically using to generate the token used from where we collect the username and password as the username password, and we find the username password in our Mongo collections. If it is found, then we match the password. If it is matched, then it will generate the payload as the user token. Otherwise, it throw the error. Okay. Now return back to the Postman, since previously we get the data from using this pattern. So now if we click on the send request, it will till now showing the same record because we does not stop the server or rebuild it. So I'll just run the npm run start. Meanwhile, We'll just copy the logging form until let it copy it. What? Where is the error zone? Oh, sorry. I've copied the whole file. Yep. Mm, which file is given? Module, sorry. So there is a naming conventions error in the app module file. Now it's correct. So what happened? What? Yeah, just a second. One file needs to implement it. Many folders in the file. So after implementing JWT token, what will happen? So when we call the API, it will show us that authentication token is not valid. So for that purpose, we need to pass a token. So for Postman, from Postman, we can generate the token using the username or password. But from UI, to generate a token, we need to implement a logging form so that when user logging in the system, that token has been created and stored in the auth service so that the token can be passed in the API endpoint request. Okay, so it will, yeah. Now it's activated. So now I'll click on the send. So now the error is shown that no authorization token was found. Okay. Now we need to call this authenticate username password to pass the token. And this is basically the post request, and I'll pass the username and password within this token request. So it will generate me the token. And once I'll copy this token and pass in the header part of the this API request as a bearer token, then only we can retrieve the data. Okay. The same pattern we need to maintain in our UI case also. So for that purpose, I have added one logging form component, which is basically accept username password. And within the shared folder, we are implemented need to implement some one method service called JWT interceptor, which is basically intercept all the HTTP requests and push the HTTP push the authorization header token within that request. So in this way, we can parse the JSON HTTP header request within any HTTP request without making any changes in the main HTTP file or HTTP call. So HTTP interceptor is doing intercept all the HTTP requests and pass and inject the extra parameters within the header. And for authentication purpose, we'll create the auth service. Within the auth service, it will store the set token. I have three methods. One is set token and another is get token. Set token store the token value when it is generated, and at the time of fetching the token, it will call the get token method. Will return the token value. This get token method will call from the JWT interceptor service to retrieve the token and pass the token in the bearer. So now return back to the applications. So now there is a logging form, and we'll user provide the username password, and I'll click on login. Yes. So now, if we going back to the memory part of the applications part in the browser, and there we'll store the token value PWT product manager token, which is stored in the session storage. Okay. So in the network part, if we click it and click on the refresh button, say I'll click on the add product, or click on the refresh button, it will read out the product question, product API, and in the request part, we can see that it will send the request, this one. So it will send the JWT token as the authentication token part in the API endpoint so that it can be accessed from anywhere. Okay. Similarly, we'll implement another service that is called authguard so that nobody can access any routes from any other URL. Suppose I'll show it. This is the authguard we have implemented so that if user is logged in, then only it will be accessible. Otherwise, it will not accessible. It will return back to the logging form. I'll just show you the demo. Suppose I just copy this URL and click on logout. Now I'll click on the part here and directly click on. So it will redirect me to the user login. Okay. Just going back to the password. If we provide the password, and now if I copy it and paste it in the another browser window, then it will automatically logged in because since we are already logged in the applications, that's why it will check in. So in this way, we can implement the JWT token in our mainstay applications. So we can test the API using the Postman, add authentications, and for add logging component to implement JWT token. And also we can implement a logout functionality. So that's all from my end for this session. So any query?
Debasis, thank you for that session. Unfortunately, we had some screen issues. It was little blurred. So I think I would really like to thank for whoever has stayed for all this long. I think
Yeah.
guys were commenting about there was some code problem. Is it possible,
Yeah.
Debasis, you can go ahead and share this on GitHub or maybe have some links so that we can share it with the viewers?
Yeah, actually, I have already planned to share this process as an article in CSharpCorner. Hopefully, I'll
Mhm.
host that article in the tomorrow, and it will be published. And that article, I'll host it interpose it in GitHub my account and share the link and that GitHub account.
Yeah, I mean, if you could just come to this YouTube stream and comment it, like after this you leave this live show, you can just come and drop your GitHub URL in the live comments. That would be great, so that people can just
Yeah,
follow along.
definitely. I'll
Yeah.
update the GitHub accounts and update you the live URL. Okay.
Okay, so that's great. So thank you so much, Devasis, once again. I know it's a very late at your place, almost like
No, no, no.
11:30. Thank you so much for your time. We'll catch you
Thank
in
you,
other
Stephen.
live virtual conference we do. Good night and take good care of yourself.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so now let's move to the next speaker, one of the community rockstar that we have, and the our very own Ankit Sharma. He goes by a very big introduction, right? Ankit Sharma is a software engineer currently working as a senior member technical with ADP in Hyderabad, India. He has over vast 5 years of experience in Microsoft technologies using C Sharp, ASP.NET, SQL Server, and UI technologies such as jQuery, of course, Angular, and Blazor. He is a really dedicated person for the developers community, and for the same, he has been recognized as Google Dev Expert, CSharpCorner MVP, and a T-Zone MVP. And since he loves to contribute to the community, he has also written a book on Blazor Quick Start Guide and learn C sharp programming, out of which one of them is entirely free, and he has done for that community. We are really excited to have Ankit on the show. Let's welcome the speaker himself, Ankit.
Hey,
Hi,
hello. Hello,
welcome to the
Stefan.
live
How are you doing?
show. I'm doing great. I just love this thing of behind the scenes and talking to the speakers. I just love this part of this application.
Ye- Yes, that is the best part. We have a private chat.
Yeah, and on all those WhatsApp and all those emails that we have been doing, you and Santosh has been really helpful organizing this conference. A great shout out to both of you. You all did it in a very short time. Thank you so
Yes.
much, Ankit. It's
No,
11:30
thanks
and
to
we are
you and thanks to CSharpCorner because I consider CSharpCorner as my family and I started writing at CSharpCorner. I got support from CSharpCorner community members, Mahesh sir, Dinesh sir, Naveen sir. Everybody is very helpful and I got a lot to learn. So it's my responsibility to help you guys also. And it's just for community work. So it's for community.
That's great. That's it. I think you do a lot of live shows these days, webinars, virtual conferences. That's good.
Yeah.
And a lot- and you are very active on your GitHub. And also, quick go ahead. What you have been doing these days and how life has changed during this pandemic.
Yeah, so during pandemic, I am working from home, and while working from home, uh, the best part is no travel.
Yeah.
So I am staying in home, working in home. I'm also doing a lot of community work recently. So I am writing a few articles, and recently I started working on internationalization in Angular, which is the topic of my talk today also. And apart from that, I am also working in some of the open source contributions. So recently, I, along with Santosh Yadav, have released a library called NGX2 Bulma, which is a wrapper over Bulma CSS. So I would like everyone to please go ahead and check it out. It is for community. It is released for community and it's free. So yeah, hi Explorer Bond. Thank you for being my
Yeah,
fan. I'm glad. Thank
yeah.
you.
And before your session started, there were like some of the comments coming from Facebook. Ankit, hey Ankit, I'm a big fan. Facebook,
Hello,
Twitter.
hello.
So,
So
that's
I would
great.
like to I would like to request all my fans to please start a Ankit Sharma fan page on Facebook.
That's too much to ask for, Ankit.
I would love
Seriously.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, what we could do is like we could create a bot for you, and then eventually you can get Ankit's bot, right? So we can
Yes.
do that. All right, so let's get to the business.
I
Thank you
have a
for being.
Blazor bot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So Ankit, let's go ahead and get started with your session. You can go ahead and start sharing your screen, and let's talk about internationalization in Angular.
Yeah, so let's get started. I am sharing my screen and let me know if you can see everything clearly because I think in Debasis session there was some issue. So
Yep,
can you see my screen clearly?
it's very clear,
There is no,
crystal clear.
okay, awesome. That is
Next
awesome.
40
So
45
hello
minutes is
everyone,
all.
my name is Ankit Sharma and let me start the talk for today. So Stephen, am I good to go?
Yeah, yeah, Ankit, you're good to go.
Okay, thank you. So let's start the session for today. So today I will be talking about internationalization in Angular. So before going to topic, let me introduce myself. So Stephen has given a nice introduction, but let me talk a bit about myself also. I am Ankit Sharma. I am an author and a speaker and also a Google developer expert for Angular. I am working as a senior member technical with ADP at Hyderabad, India. And you can find me on Twitter at ankisharma underscore 007 and my blog at ankisharmablogs.com. So let's talk about internationalization. So what is internationalization? So it is a process which helps to make your app support multiple languages, and it will help to extend the reach of your app to a worldwide audience. So let's say English is one of the most widely used language, but every country does not speak English. Everybody don't understand English. So you want the people to know other language also, like French, German, and Spanish, etc. So for that we have to use something called internationalization. So internationalization is a very long word, and so we have a shorthand called I18N. The reason for this is there are 18 characters between the first character I and last character N. That's why shorthand is I18N. Now there is something called localization also. So localization is the process for translating our app to a particular language. And we need to apply internationalization to the application, and after that we can localize it to a particular local or a particular language. Localization allows us to serve our application in different languages, and the shorthand for localization is L10N, and the logic is same. There are 10 characters between the first character L and last character N. So when we are going to so what we are going to do today is we will be creating an Angular application, and we will be serving it in three different language: English, French, and German. So what is the first step is that you have to create an Angular application. So I hope that you guys know how to create an Angular application using ng new command of Angular CLI. So I'm not going to show that part. So after you have created your application, you have to install the Angular/localize package to your application. This package was released as part of Angular 9 release, and it allows us to use the localization features which is provided by the Angular. So one thing I want to discuss here about this package is there are a lot of third-party libraries also, like transloco is there, ngx translate is there, which also provide translation feature. But Angular localize is the core package of provided by the Angular team or Angular framework. So today we are going to talk about the inbuilt package Angular localize. We are not going to discuss about any third-party package. So to add Angular/localize, we have to use ng add command. You can see the command ng add space Angular/localize. Once this so what does this command does? So this command will do the following two things. First, it will install the Angular/localize package for your Angular application, and second, it will update your polyfill.ts file, which allows the our application to take advantage of Angular localization features. So now next question is how we can create a translation file, how we can create translation for our language. So Angular framework provides us with an attribute which is known as I18N, which can be used to mark any HTML element for translation. So as you can see in the example below, here there is an h1 tag, and I have added the attribute I18N. This means this particular tag is considered for translation by our Angular application. So I will be showing you a demo in latter part of this talk, so you will get a clear understanding that how these things work. And in case if we have to translate any attribute of an HTML tag, then we can have to use I18N attribute as I18N-X, where X represents the name of the HTML attribute which we want to translate. So as you can see in the example here, I want to translate the placeholder attribute of an input tag. So I have given the property name as I18N-placeholder. So that is how it works. So let's go see the code. So here is a form. I have created a feedback form. So the application which I will be creating is a feedback form for a application that is called phrase. So I will be creating a feedback form for phrase. So let's create the feedback form first. So this I will be using code snippet to save the time. So this is I am using Angular material for styling. So I hope that you guys know how to install Angular material. You can go to the official website and you can see the step. It's pretty simple, straightforward. So let's first we'll be adding an input field, and here you can see in the input field I have added this attribute I18 and placeholder, which means it will translate this placeholder, which is name. So when we serve the app in different language, this word name will be translated to different language. And here I am using a template driven form. So here you can see I have used the ng model. I have also created a class called feedback.ts. So here is my code for that. Here you can see this is the code for the class, and I'm binding it to object for that. So let's second, we will add a drop down, select drop down for our application, where we will ask for the gender of the person who is giving us the feedback. And here also we have marked I18 and placeholder. Now here you can see there are two tags, I18 and as well as I18 and placeholder. Why we have two tags? The reason for that is I18 and placeholder will only translate for this placeholder, which is gender, whereas this I18N will translate the content inside this mat options, which has male, female, and don't want to disclose. Similarly, for mat error, since this form contains required field validation, we have used I18N. So whatever is written inside this, the content is gender is required. So this particular content will be translated to another language. Let's add the third field. So here we have a text area. In the text area, again we have marked placeholder for translation and as well as for error message. And in the fourth field, we have a radio button. So radio button, we have marked I18 and attribute. This will translate all the three options in radio button. So this is a customer feedback rating. So I have given three options: excellent, good, and bad. So these three will be translated to another language. And we have we have marked error also for translation. So lastly, submit button. So we have a submit button also, and we have marked it for translation. So after we have marked all the files for translation, what does this mean by we have marked the field for translation? This means that whenever we in the next step we will be creating a translation source file. So all of these things which are marked for translation will be created in a translation source file. We will see how this works. So let's go back to our PPT, and we'll see the next step is creation of a translation source file. So after we have prepared the template file for translation, we will extract all the text marked for translation to a translation source file. So the command for that is nz-xi18n. Along with that, it provides us an option for output path. So here I am giving output path as src/translate. So what does this code does? So this command will create a folder called translate inside the src folder, and then create a file known as messages.xlf inside it. So xlf is the standard format of the translation file provided by our Angular application, and the output path option is used to set the output path for the generated translation file. So if you see in the example here, I am using src/translate for my output folder. You can use any other folder for your choice. So let's see the code again, how this is going to work. What happened? Okay. So I have already run this command because this command take a few minutes to run and I don't want to waste time. So if you see here, we have a translate folder created, and inside that we have message.xlf file. There are three other files also. Let's ignore this for now and we'll see what is inside this message.xlf file. So inside the message.xlf file, we have trans unit tag. What is this trans unit tag? Now you see we have some ID which is a random number. Okay, then we have something called source. Okay, and then this context group, and this trans unit is closed. So let's understand what is this. Trans unit stands for translation unit, and this ID is created by our Angular CLI dynamically, and this is a unique ID for each trans unit file. And this is some internal logic which is there in the code, and this ID is dependent on the content. So here if you see, we have a title also, and we have marked it for translation, and this is a title. So this text and this ID are correlated with some internal logic which we are not aware of. And so therefore, if you change this particular text, then you have to regenerate the file so that this ID will be updated. Again, we have context group purpose location source file. So which is the source file? So here you can see the path is given. So this is the path of this particular file, feedback.component.html. So whole path is given. Then context type line number. Which line number does this have? So this is on line number 4. So it is showing line number 3 because I think it is taking in only one line. That is why it is showing line number 3. So it is giving the line number also of the text which we have to translate. Similarly, you have other trans units file. So similarly, this is for name, and again here is for error, name is required. So for all the tags which we have marked for translation, there will be a trans unit file generated. So what is the use of this trans unit file? We will see in some time. So let's see how it works in case of a drop down list. So in the case of drop down list, it will use the ID, and the text here is for all three the text is using, and there is some equivalent text, and there are a lot of other options also provided. And similarly for radio button, where is that? So this is for comment. Comment is a text area. This is the error for comment is required. So all the details are there. Similarly for radio option, here is the title, radio rate our customer service. This is the trans unit tag for that. And here is the trans unit tag for the option inside radio button. So here you can see the ID is related to mat radio button because we are using a mat radio button. Similarly for error rating is required. And finally we have trans unit file for our button, which is submit. So we have created a trans unit file. Now how can we use this trans unit file? So for this application, we are serving our application in 3 different languages: German, English, and French. Therefore, we have to create 3 copies of this file. Here you can see message.de.xlf. DE stands for German. It is a local code for German. This is messages.en.xlf, that is the local code for English, and this is messages.fr.xlf, which is the local, fr is the local code for French. So what I did is I created these 3 files. I copied all the content from messages.xlf and put it inside this. But apart from that, I also did something else. What? Let's see that. So there is a trans unit inside the trans unit file. You can see there is a source. And I have added a something called target also. So this is what I have added. So this says that for every source, replace the content for this part with whatever inside the target for French language. So how it is going to refer to this file, we'll see in a later part of this talk. So this means if we have to generate translation for any particular language, we have to create a target field corresponding to every source field. So here, for the title, the source field is whatever is generated in the message.xlf file, and for target, this is a translation we are using. So I am using Google Translate service, but ideally in a real world scenario or for any enterprise level application, you have to refer to a language expert because you cannot always rely on Google Translate for exact translations. Similarly, we have for name, and this is for French, so the target is this norm. Then similarly, we have for error, name is required. We have in French, we have translated in French. So and similarly for all others also. Similarly here you can see I have marked for the drop down list. So for every source correspondingly, we have the target. And for gender, the text, and similarly for gender is required, and similarly for all others also. For rate our customer service, and then this is for radio button. Here you can see, and then this is for our submit button. So similarly, I have done this exercise for DE also. DE stands for German. So DE also I have changed for every source. I have added a target field correspondingly. Source target and source target for everything. Now our translation file is created. Next step is I have to tell my Angular application that use this file to serve your application. How we will do that? Let's go back to here. So what we have done till now, we have written our HTML application. We have added I18 and attribute to mark all the tags for the translation. Then we created translation file, and we created translation file for all the languages which we want to support. Now next step is we have to serve the application in multiple language. which means now we have the translation file with us, but we need to tell our application, please use this file when you have to search the application in multiple language. So we have to do three changes in angular.json file. For this, first is we have to define the locales in the build configuration. What do you mean by define the locales? Define the locales means we have to define for whatever the language we are going to support for our application. Second, we have to set the localized build in our configuration option. And third option is we have to do some changes for production build. So what are the changes? Let's see that in action. So let's go to, let me close this. Let's go to angular.json file. So let me show you the changes here. So the first, what I did is I have defined the locales in the build configuration. So I'm using I18 and tag for this, and I have defined the locales. So this is very important line. Here you can see that I have defined a key value pair which says that when the locale is en. Yeah, one more thing for locale, locales are standard code for English. Now you can find it on a simple Google search. For every language, there are some standard code which is defined by an international body that define local for every language. For example, for English, it is EN. It will be used EN across everywhere. Same for French, we have FR, and for German, we have DE. That's why we have used the standard codes here. And this is a key value pair. What it is showing is this is showing that if the app language is English, then use the data inside this file. So you remember that we have defined this file here, right? Where is that? Here. So if you can match this, that for French we are serving the application from messages that source/translate/message.fr.xlf, and similarly for German. So this is the place where I am telling my application that go and refer to this particular file for my translation. This is the place. Now we have this. What this is doing, this is here we are setting the localized build configuration option. This will instruct our AOT compiler to use the translation configuration. So if this is for local build, this is when we are running the application is local, then this particular configuration section will be used. So if we are running in configuration as local, then the localization will set to EN. So we will see how this works when I run this application. Similarly, if I use FR, then localized build will set to French. If I run in German, then the localized will be set to DE. Now there is third configuration also, which we have to do for the production build only. This will be used only when we are deploying the app to any production server. So which we'll be seeing that also in action in some time. So for production build, for English, we have to just change the build like this, Angular localization, which is our project name. This is my project name. Build en. So if you look at this, so when you create the application, this particular production configuration is already provided. You have to copy this configuration and like this, and you have to change the production word with your local code like English, French, and DE. So how this is working, again we will see when we go for the demo. Now what is the next step? Again, so now we have make the changes in Angular.json file to serve the app in multiple languages. Now, what is the next step? The next step is to execute the app in local environment. So there is, if you guys have heard the keynote talk from Minko, he has told you that in while we cannot change the language of an app at runtime in our local environment, and he has discussed why, like it is giving you some performance benefit and a smaller application, a smaller build size. So that is why we can use only one local at a time while executing the app in the local environment. But in the production environment, we can change the application. We can do some configuration and change it at runtime. So we will see both in action. Right now, let's see the output. So right now I am going to run this application in German language. So here I have run the application. The code is ng-serve -- configuration equals to DE. So let it run. And we'll see the output. So build is successful, and if you go to localhost 4200, you can see, okay, you can see this also from Google Chrome, which is showing that it is in German translate. No, I don't want to translate. If you click on this text, you can see that every text is translated. I am not sure if you can see the output. Let me zoom a bit. Now you can see that all the text which we have marked for translated is translated into German language. Now at the corner you can see there is a drop down just showing English, French, and German. Just ignore it for now. We'll discuss about this in a bit. So if you see, we are running the application now in German language, and all the text is translated in German, and this content is served from messages.de.xlf file. Now let's go back to our code and check the navbar component. What is happening in navbar component? Navbar component.html. So I have just discussed how to run this in local environment, but what if we want to run it in a production environment? So for production environment, we want to change it at runtime. So for that, I have done some configuration. I have added a menu which is a drop down menu, and it is a hyperlink. So when we run this, when we click on this, it will change the endpoint URL of our application. And then what I am doing here is I am creating a language list key value pair with the standard local code, and then I am using the label for that. So that is how it is changed. So if you see, if I select French here, you can see the URL change to FR. If I change German, the URL change to DE. Why I am doing that? This will be helpful in production environment. So we'll see how this is helpful in production environment. Now in local environment, this particular tag or this particular URL is not helpful at all. This will help in production environment. So let's see. If you go here, here using this language list key value pair, using this, we are setting the site language, and then we are setting the site local, taking the value from the URL. So this is how we are setting the site local and the URL. Now next step is how to deploy the app in production. So I am using Firebase. Firebase is free to use. That's why I'm using Firebase. You can deploy to any other website of your choice. The internal logic will be same. So we'll be deploying on Firebase to see how the internationalization works in a production environment, and what are the steps to deploy. The first is to run the command ng build prod localize to create the production build for the application. So I have already run this command, so I'm not going to run this again. I will show you the output. And then we have to deploy to Firebase. We have to install Firebase CLI. So for that, the command is npm install g Firebase tools. So let's see what is happening over here. So I will show you. So when you run the command, that is this ng build prod localize, it will create a dist folder, and inside this folder it will create a folder with the name of your project. So this is Angular localization, my project name. It will create this, and inside that it will create multiple folders as for each locales which you have defined in your application. Now we have defined 3 locales: English, French, and German, but here you can see 4 folders. Why? The reason for that is English US. This is the default local provided by the Angular. It is configured as a default local. So it will always create for this particular local. Apart from this, it will create for all other local which you have created. So how it works is, when I run the app in production for German language, then all the content will be served from this particular folder. So here you can see all our build files are present over here. When we run this for English language, then it will be served from this folder. Similarly, when we run for French language, it will be served from this folder. That is why we have 3 different folders for 3 different languages, so that we can serve the application during runtime from 3 different languages. From 3 different folders. Now, how to deploy to Firebase? So to save the time, I have recorded a video. So let me know if you can see that video. So here I will be showing you a video of how to deploy to Firebase to save the time. So first step is to do the Firebase login. So these Firebase commands are provided by Firebase CLI, which you have already installed in previous step. So once you do Firebase login, it will open a sign-in page. You have to sign in with your Google account. And once you have signed in with your Google account, one more thing is you have to create a project on Firebase. So since it is out of a scope of this talk and it will take a lot of time, so I have not included in that talk, but I will be providing you with resources at the end of the talk which will help you to understand how it works. So once you have logged in with the Firebase, you have to use the command Firebase init. Firebase init stands for Firebase initialization. Once you initialize the app, it will ask for a confirmation, press Y. So next it will ask for a question, what you want to do. So here we want to do the hosting. That's why we select the hosting option. Then it will ask, please select an option. Do you want to use an existing project or you have to create a new project? Here the project refers to the project which we have created on Firebase, not our local project. So we have to create a project on Firebase. Here I will select use an existing project, and I will be using use the existing project which we have. When I select that option, it will give me the list of all the projects which I have on my Firebase account, which I logged in from. Now it will ask, what do you want to use as your public directory? This is very important point. So you have to give the name of this particular directory, Angular localize. Also you can see there are other files also in this directory. These are created after you have done the configuration for Firebase, but this particular file, which is the same as the name of your project, will be created when you run the ng build prod-localize command. So you for this option, what do you want to use as public directory, you have to give the name of that that directory which is the same name as your project. So here I have given a name, and if I configure a single page application, press yes. Now it is asking Firebase CRUD/index.html already exists, override no. We will select no option because our application when we create the build configuration, a default index.html file is created, and we don't want to override it. We want to use the same application. Once this configuration is done, at this point of time, you will see all these three extra folders created: Firebase getignore and Firebase JSON files. And final step is Firebase deploy. So once you click on Firebase deploy, it will deploy your app on the Firebase, and it will also give you the hosting URL. So here you can see I have it has given me the hosting URL. So the app which we have built here in this particular demo is hosted here. This is the site Angular localization Firebase app.com/en. So I will be sharing the link at the end. So let's see how this is working. So here you see that I am using en at the end. If I delete that en, it will say that page not found. Why it is saying page not found? Because I told you that they are serving the application from each folders, and that folder name is our local, which we have defined in our URL. So the URL, the local is English, so that's why it is everything in English here. Now at this point of time, this drop down comes into effect. Now as soon as I click on French, the URL will change to French, the app will reload, and everything will be translated to French language. This thing is only possible in production environment, not possible in local environment. Similarly, go for German, and here the local or the local will change to DE, and all the text is translated to German language. And here you can see that this is text is translated at runtime. Now there are one or two things which you need to consider. What are those two things? First is here, if you see, I am using a save feedback button. So what does this mean? Let's say if I put some value and something and click on submit button, here you can see a successful message, but this is in English, this is not in German. Why? Because whatever we keep in .ts file, we cannot translate into other languages. As of now, this is the current limitation. So whatever you have in .ts file, you cannot translate to other languages using the built-in IIT and modules. We can use some third-party application as well. Apart from this, if you want to test, if you want to run multiple language in local environment, then you might want to check some third-party application like Transloco or NGX Translate. They are very good, and they provide a lot of extra features also. So I have recently been working with Transloco. That is a great third-party application for translating your apps to multiple languages. So go and check that out also. At the end, this is the most important slide for your application for this talk. Go and take a screenshot, or I will be sharing these links on Twitter also after this talk, but I will request you to take a screenshot. So first is a blog. So whatever I have discussed now in this talk is written in this blog. You can go and read everything there with all the links provided to GitHub code. Here also I have provided the link to GitHub code, which is the second link. So you can go read the blog where I have described what are I18N attributes, what is internationalization, what is localization, how to create this file, this particular application, step by step, how to deploy on Firebase. Everything is described in this blog. You can go to GitHub, check the code also, and finally you can read articles related to Angular and .NET and Blazor and other Microsoft technologies at my blog, that is ankitsharmablogs.com. So that's all from my end. Thank you all for joining, and I hope you like my talk. Please share your feedback on Twitter and LinkedIn or Facebook, or all social media channel. I am available everywhere. So thank you all for joining. Over to you, Simon.
That was a great session, Ankit. Just watching it and just enjoying the entire flow of this session that you had. And I think a quick question that I would like to know, Ankit, is the what is the accuracy, right? I could see all those warnings also was converted into the different language, right? So is there any problem with the accuracy or something?
What warning you're talking about?
I mean, warning. I think when the required
This one?
field, right? Their required fields, even those were changed into the different
Yes.
languages, right?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
That was pretty cool. So I'm just,
Yes.
I would just want to know if there's some problem with the accuracy when they translated. Is there anything that we face?
No, so that is what. So let's say I will give you the example which you can see here. So this particular attribute is required to mark any text, any tag for translation, and this is the content inside that tag. Name is required. Whatever text you want to keep here, it will be translated. So if you go to messages.xlf file, I will give you an example. Name is required here. Name is required. So the source is name is required, and target is this in German. Now whatever you keep inside this target field, that will be replaced during runtime as a translated text. So
Okay.
coming to the accuracy, I have used Google Translate. So but in a real world application, you should not rely on Google Translate. You should always use a language expert for this.
Okay, so it means I will have to kind of hard code it every time we want to do this, right?
Yes,
So for
we have to hard code it every time you want. If I put my name also there, if I put my name, Ankit, yeah, seriously, I'm not joking. I'm not joking, seriously. And if I run here in, yeah, it is running in DE. And if I
Mhm.
see, I think I need to run it again. I will show you. Just give me a moment.
Yeah, I think we still have around 6 minutes for the next session.
Yeah, we have a lot of time.
Yeah.
So I will show you. If I put my name as a translated text, and I build it again, and here you can see this, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So this translated text is in our hand. Whatever you put, it will display that. So it's our responsibility as a developer or as a company to provide the correct text.
Right. So I think when you say for the learning purpose or even for the maybe POC, we can go ahead and start using the Google Translate. But for
Yes.
the production part, maybe we should always rely on a translator. Maybe hire someone for one particular
Yes.
project, and that's how we
Yes.
do it, right?
Yeah,
So
we have to rely on a expert. Yeah.
yeah. One quick question before you leave, Ankit. I know it's already 12:10 at your
No,
place.
that is fine. We can discuss.
Yeah, is what were the challenges that you face? I did also talk about this to the early speaker. It's like what are the challenges one will have to face when doing this I18N, right? If I'm not wrong.
Yeah. So the one challenge is, I think prior to Angular 9, it was a bit challenging to use I18N. But with Angular 9 release, the Angular team has worked very hard to provide a very good default I18N module. So, but still, I would like to have something which we can change. We can change the language at runtime in our local build also. It will be very helpful. But as Minko said in the talk, that there are some internal problems, or there are some limitations because of which the Angular team has not decided to do so, but that is fine. We respect that. So I
Mhm.
think that if we can change the language at runtime in our local also, it will be very helpful for development. Otherwise, to check the changes in different language, we have to rerun the application. So that is a bit of
Oh,
challenging for us.
yeah, yeah, that is definitely challenging, right? If you cannot look at the changes in your local, so I think one would surely want. I mean, studying it
And
again, and
yes,
yeah,
and also you saw that when I changed the name, I have to rerun the application. It didn't take
yeah,
during runtime. So
yeah.
these are the things we have to. There are few challenges there.
Yeah, okay. I think Angular is always improving in like every
Yeah,
5 to 6 months. How often they bring the updates, right? So I think
yes,
they will surely work on it. And as we
yeah,
proceed, right, we have seen Angular JS, then coming to Angular 10. Angular has
yeah,
matured a lot, and that's great, Ankit. It was an amazing session from your end. We always love to have you at C Sharp Corner live shows. It may be
yeah,
book launches or it may be conferences. It's an honor for us to have that you are a part of the community. What I would say now, good night, take care,
yeah.
and hope
Thank
to see
you.
you soon.
Bye, bye, Simon. Bye,
Bye.
everyone. Thank you.
All right, having said that, we now move to the next speaker. He is Jan. Let me give a quick introduction of Jan. Jan is an enterprise consultant with vast experience designing and implementing large scale applications. He has a passion for developing clean and maintainable code with unparalleled expertise in Angular and reactive programming. Kind of looks like a very senior person joining to us. Jan-Niklas is also a member of RxJS core team, and he loves giving back to the community whenever possible, just the way he's doing us for today for this community conference. So let's welcome Jan-Niklas in this virtual conference. Hi, Jen. Welcome to the live conference.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Tell me, how are you doing today?
I'm super excited now for the conference. This was an amazing video. I never seen it before.
Yeah, I will definitely send you in the email. I think every speaker
Please.
loves it.
My mom will cry river when she sees that.
Definitely, Jen. So we already had an introduction. We had the video. Still quick. I would, as the format says, I would ask you to go ahead and give a quick introduction, and then we can start with your session.
Sure, sounds great. So Jan-Niklas Wortmann is my name. I'm 25 years old, living in Germany since 2018, I think, member of the RxJS core team. So mostly talking about RxJS, particularly in Angular S. This is what I'm doing in my daily life as consultant. Besides the tech stuff, which is interesting as well, but I also love to chat about whiskey and steak. So that's very important.
Yeah, an important topic about not to be discussed in the conference, but yeah, definitely.
I could do several talks on that. If just let me know.
Yeah, we'll surely do that on some other platform, maybe. All right, so I think Jan, it's next almost 40-45 minutes is all yours. You can go ahead and do the creative thing that you do with your OBS and all other stuff.
Yes.
So it's all you now.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so this is now the most exciting moment that I have in this whole live show. Bam! Here we go. Okay, welcome to my talk, Practice Makes Perfect when it comes to RxJS. With this talk, I plan to show you the easiest way to learn RxJS in the best way from my point of view. After this talk, you won't be able to use RxJS, but you know how to get into it. And you also see the benefits of it. So let's dive into that. And to make this, I want to start with an analogy. So when I started to ride a bicycle, actually, the first thing that happened to me was me sitting on my bike and hitting the fence of my neighbors because I was not able to do it properly. And it looked kind of like that. So here's like some kind of footage, just that it was a fence and not a tree. But even though we failed miserably at the very first time, we kept practicing. We repeated the process. We did it again. We retried it. And after some time, we become fairly professional riding a bicycle. I never became that professional, but in generally. So actually, from my point of view, it's completely the same for RxJS. So what you do, or what you should do from my point of view, is you should practice it by implementing some kind of stuff. You will always understand more and more and more, and you will get it with it. I promise you. Okay, so we already talked a lot about me, so I will just skip it now. And what I want to show you is when you start with RxJS, you will face all these different words and all these different concepts, and it's really overwhelming at the very beginning. From my point of view, you don't need to know about all those concepts. I probably don't. And it's not important to be professional with RxJS. You need to understand the key concepts. And therefore, once a very smart man, I can barely remember who it was, but he once said to me, observables itself don't cause problem. Establishing a reactive mindset does. And this is actually the key point why RxJS is so difficult. It's about learning reactive programming, not about observables, operators, subjects, whatever. So I have another analogy, actually, because from my point of view, it's very comparable to learning a foreign language. And for me, this was actually my first foreign language was English. So the first time, or if you compare these two languages to my mother tongue, German, you actually will notice that there are some words that are fairly similar, like hello and hello. Just from hearing the words, you can probably kind of understand it, and you would at least guess the meaning. There are also words that are completely the same, like code, kindergarten, mostly for historic reasons, but still, the words are the same, the meaning is the same. I also learned recently that there are way more complex words like poltergeist that are completely the same. But anyway, what I want to head to is actually the fact that there are also words that don't make any sense if you translate them. Like in Germany, we have the saying of an ohrwurm, which is if a song keeps stuck in your head. If you would translate that in English, earworm sounds so gross. Like, Jesus Christ, what's going on here? And from my point of view, it's the same for reactive programming. From university and stuff like that, you will probably be exposed to imperative programming already a lot. Therefore, it's really good in comparison here. So on the imperative side, we have things like accessing an element in an array. What you're used to is like using the square brackets. It's also fairly tech agnostic or like language agnostic. But if you're coming in reactive programming with RxJS, you're not having that kind of mechanism. What you rather do is using an operator with first, and this kind of would work, right? If you see like first, you would kind of guess like, okay, this is probably the first element from something. There are also things that are completely the same, like in imperative programming and reactive programming. So in JavaScript, we have now filter and map, right? We also have the same in reactive programming. But if you ever try to call a function in reactive programming, now you need to subscribe to that. That doesn't really make a lot of sense. It's not really intuitive. And I don't even want to start with how you do if statements in RxJS or in reactive programming at all. So my key takeaway here is thinking reactively needs practice. You won't be able to apply reactive programming or RxJS just by reading the docs. So therefore, and especially because I also suck at designing slides, I thought it would be the best to just do some live coding. This way, you will see some of the benefits of RxJS, but you will also see, by just observing me talking about reactive programming, learn a lot about the key concepts itself. And what I want to do in this presentation is actually implementing something like a carousel. So you can use the mouse to swipe to the next slide. You can use keyboard navigation to go back and forth. And also there's a timer going automatically to the next slide. So this is what we want to code within these 45 minutes, and therefore let's move to VS Code. Let me slightly increase the font size and close the sidebar as it's not really useful. Okay, this should be a good font size. So I already prepared a little bit because, well, live coding is difficult, right? So what we have here is actually an Angular application. And inside an Angular component, I wrapped all the logic here. So I want my Caruso to support touch and mouse gestures the same way. Therefore, I merged those two events together. And to start from the very beginning, what is a swipe gesture? Because that's what I want to start with. A swipe is pretty much the touch start is a kind of starting signal. Then we have a move gesture, which are a lot of move events, until we get a mouse up or touch end, or however it's called. So this is what describes a swipe gesture. So let's start with that. Please don't get confused by this prevent event propagation here. It's just a mechanism that I added because I added this application to my slide so that I don't go to the next slide. That was very tricky, actually. Okay, so I prepared this already, where I just merged together the touch start and mouse down events so that I can just treat these two gestures similarly. Then we go over to the swipe itself. I already said for the swipe, we have the touch start, and then we want to listen to all the move gestures. So what we do is we're using the switch map operator here, say placing proper brackets. Sorry for jumping around like a maniac. Okay. So in this switch map, we get the event from the touch start, and we want to pass that to our touch move observable. So let's take a look at touch move. So in touch move, I already merged together the move gesture, the touch move and mouse move gesture. And now I want to do several things here within this pipe. What I want to do is apply observe on with a scheduling operator, which is a scheduling operator, and I want to pass the animation frame scheduler. Actually, there are several good talks about scheduling, particularly out there by Michael Hladky, who I think is doing the talk right after me. So if you're interested in that, check the talks out there on YouTube as well. And then I want to do is using take until, because I already mentioned that we are interested in the move events until we release the finger from the mouse. So we are using take until and saying like, okay, if either touch and or mouse up event happens, we are not interested in any move events happening. So we are saying, okay, we are creating an observable here from event with the native element, which is just the host element of the Angular component. And then we're saying touch end or from event native element mouse up. Okay, so much about that. The next thing we want to do is calculate the delta from the start point to the end point of our movement, so that we can find out if we want to go to the next page, because what we want to prevent is that the user just slightly move the mouse and therefore we already go to the next page. So I, again, prepared a little bit. I kind of feel like in this cooking shows, you know, where you say like, okay, you just need to do this and that, and all of a sudden you have put the whole dish on the plate. It's not like that. But so I prepared a method here, calculate delta, where I pass the number of items inside my carousel. This calculate delta, I think. Oh, I also need to pass the start event. Yes, that makes sense. Okay, sorry, I just named it event. Let me quickly jump into that just to show it really briefly. So this calculate delta method shows you on the one hand also how you program custom operators on your own. And what it's doing, it's pretty much calculating the delta from the start point. That's why we need the start event for to the end point until we release the mouse. And the only thing that we now need to do further is if you ever subscribe to move gestures inside the browser, you will notice that this event happens a bazillion times in a second. So therefore, we will also get a very finely granular delta calculation here. But actually for saying, okay, we want to go to the next slide, we are just interested in the very last value before the user releases mouse. And therefore, we are using take last here without this weird. So much about the swipe gesture. So now what I want to do is I put this in my events observable, because later on I also want to add keyboard navigation, and therefore I have one combined observable of those events for swipe and keyboard navigation. The next thing I already prepared is having a merged observable with events and timer, where I see, okay, is the delta higher than a threshold or less than a threshold? Then go to the previous or next page. If not, pretty much do nothing. Very important, apply take until to also ensure that you're unsubscribing from your observable, and even more important, subscribe to that observable. Otherwise, nothing will happen. Okay, if I didn't do any major mistakes, we should already be able to swipe. And you can see we are, which is good. This is actually a very cute picture. Okay, swipe gesturing is working. Let's go to keyboard navigation. Therefore, again, we're using from event, where the thing is, keyboard events are emitted to the document element itself and not to a certain element. Therefore, we are passing here document. And the next, additionally, we want to specify the event itself, which is key down. Unfortunately, from event is not properly typed for architectural reasons. Therefore, we have to apply a cast here. But we are not interested in all keyboard events. We are just interested in keyboard events that happen on the key A or D, as left and right arrow would also trigger my slides. So what I'm saying here is we're getting an event of type keyboard event, and then I say event.code is equal to key A. And if so, I just want to go to the previous page. Therefore, I already go to previous page. Therefore, I already prepared a constant, which is just one less than the threshold to go to the previous page. We apply the same logic for the right arrow observable, just besides the fact that we want to use QD as going to the right side. And instead of going to the previous page, we want to go to the next page. And again, if I didn't mess anything up, we should now be able, I'm taking off my right hand from my mouse, and we are able to go to switch between those slides. Fantastic. Okay. That was fairly straightforward compared. Wait a sec. I had to merge this together here. This is actually one thing that I forgot. I'm kind of surprised how this is being worked now. Didn't it recompile? Isn't this the latest version? Where is my navigation bar? Localhost. Okay, this looks right. Okay, anyway, it's working. Okay, back to the timer, actually. So for the timer, we want to use the interval operator, which is using set interval under the hood. This kind of makes sense. So pretty much every 5 seconds now, it is supposed to go to the next slide. But what happens if the user would swipe within this 5 seconds? We want the timer to restart, right? Otherwise, we would, for example, if the user would, after 4 seconds, swipe, he goes to the next slide, and then after a second, he would go to the next slide again without even looking at the picture. So what we want to do is actually, as soon as one of those events happen, we want to resubscribe to our interval. Therefore, what we use is take until and specify events here as input observable. Now the thing is, take until internally also subscribes to this event, to this events observable, which would cause all the events, all our event listener that we registered here to be registered twice, what we don't really need. What we could use, therefore, is applying a multicasting operator like share for our purposes. And in this way, it would just subscribe once to the events, and we're good to go. We saved some memory. Now what would happen is, as soon as one of those events is emitting, it would complete our timer and unsubscribe from that. What we want, actually, is that it restarts. Therefore, we apply repeat when. Repeat when takes a notifier observable that is an observable that emits void as soon as the source observable completes. And we need to return another observable that specifies when to resubscribe to our observable. So these two lines can be read as resubscribe when events emit something. And besides that, what we also want to do is that we say, OK, go to the next page after 5 seconds. One last missing bit that we need to add is, from my point of view, if we would go now to the last page and it would wait 5 seconds, it would just stop there. From my perspective, for this automatic timer thing, I would appreciate it if it would animate back to the first slide, if it's already on the last slide. And therefore, again, I prepared a helper method. I should become a chef. So if software development is not working, I will become a TV chef. So let's see here. We specify animate back to first slide. We pass the items there. And we already merged event and timer together, and we're subscribing to that. So if I didn't do any mistake, after 5 seconds and a reload, it should actually go to the next slide. I hope it's working. Fingers crossed. OK, let's make this a quick live debugging session. Cannot read property page X, carousel component, what? 100. Well, it would also be good to say go to next page instead of previous page. That might help. All right. Yeah, there we go. If you use the proper constant, it's also working. Amazing. OK, that was a little bit mean, as while it was going to the next slide, I was closing the console. So technically, it's more or less working. You didn't saw that. This is a feature, not a bug. OK, let's go back to my slides, actually. And because I'm well aware that this might be fairly fast for some of you, let's give a quick summary of what we just did. So what happened now? We have our touch start event, where we merge together all the touch starts and mouse down just to treat them equally. For touch start, I had to specify a minor tweak, as technically a touch event can support multi-touch gestures. So besides that, we use switch map so that we're saying, OK, as soon as this touch start happens, please listen to all the touch move gestures. And within this touch move, what we said is, OK, again, we want to be able to support touch and mouse gestures, so please merge them together. And if one of those emits something, apply the animation frame scheduler. It will just make the animation look a little bit smoother. Take until is our trigger to say at what point of time we are not interested in any further values of our move events. And for a swipe gesture, this is mouse up or touch end. Here, this is also, again, the calculation logic that I did to estimate the value from or to calculate the delta from the start point where the user clicked the first time to the point where the user clicked the last time before he released the mouse. And this last value is then emitted with the take last, And therefore, we also need this take until, because take last will wait for the observable to complete and then emits the last value from there. Okay. We merge together all our events so that we can later on, again, treat them similarly. Here, we merge them together with timer, as this kind of logic is then going for all observables as well. So in here, we have the logic to animate the slides. And we have, very important, the take until operator to specify when to unsubscribe from our observable. Otherwise, all the event listeners will persist, will be registered for the whole time of the application till garbage collection kicks in. And even more important than unsubscribing, subscribing. Nothing will happen when you don't subscribe to an observable. And honestly, like 99% of the cases when I'm cursing at RxJS, how shitty it is and nothing is working, it's because I forgot to subscribe to an observable. Okay, that was our swipe gesture. For the keyword navigation, what we have here is, again, the from event operator, where we listen to all key down events that happen. By using filter, we then filtered out all events, or actually we just get all the events that are happening on the A key. And if an event on the A key happens, then just pass through the go to previous page. Same goes pretty much for right arrow, just the fact that we, instead of using key A, we use key D, and we say, okay, go to the next page. Here's, again, the calculation logic, which is really just one more than the threshold or one less to go to previous or the next, the previous or the next page, yes. By merging it together with our events observable that we already subscribed to, this is all we had to do to add this feature. These, like, in total, maybe 8 lines of code, where everything that we need to do to add keyboard navigation to our carousel. Yes, that's what I said. We subscribe to that, and we're good to go. Okay, timer is, within this example, probably the most complex one, as it requires a lot of knowledge about RxJS. So what we have here is using interval to specify an interval that every 5 seconds will emit a value. Because we want our interval to restart when one of the events happen, we're using take until. But this will just complete our source observable. Therefore, no further value will be emitted afterwards. When observable completes, it's that. That's that. Therefore, we use repeat when and say, okay, please repeat when the source observable completes. Map 2 going to the next page. So we're pretty much just saying, okay, as soon as one of those interval emits something, pass through the go to next page value so that we can say, okay, after 5 seconds, go to the next slide. This tab operator in between here is, this is where I had animate back to first slide. That's the logic for that. It's really just saying, okay, when you're on the last slide and you want to go further, go back to the last slide, to the first slide again. We merge it into our events together with our events observable, and we're pretty good to go. So this were now 10 lines of code, and we again added a whole new feature to our observable, to our feature. So this is what I wanted to show you with live coding, as I think this example really shows the strength of RxJS, that it's very good to add new features on an existing code base. What I now want to talk to you is give you some kind of teaser what we plan for the next version of RxJS, the next major version for sure. Please notice that right now version 7 is in alpha or beta, I think. And we really appreciate any feedback on that. So if you have a spare minute and want to try it out, it's already very good in terms of quality assurance, as it's already running in Google production right now. But if you want to play around with it, give us feedback, please do so. We really appreciate it. Okay, what we plan for that version is the main theme for this whole major release is actually improving typing. So I'm sorry if you're not using TypeScript. From my point of view, you should, but this is a whole different talk. But we are improving a lot the typings of RxJS itself. We're also doing some kind of preparation for version 8 that I'm actually hiding a little bit right now. So here you go. This is pretty much, we are planning this step in between, as we have really great plans for version 8. But if we would do them right now, this would actually require a lot of breaking changes, and we don't want all the applications out there to break. But this is, therefore, we plan this step in between to make it a little bit more gracefully. The next thing that I'm actually super excited about is the animation frame observable. I will come back to that later. And by now, I should replace concat with star with, as we added a lot of new operators that used to be there but got deprecated. I will come to that as well. So let's dive into the typings. What we have here for the typings is actually, if you're already using RxJS, you might face that. So especially in terms of NGRX, such a pattern like shown here is fairly common. You have a switch map operator, and in that you're using a ternary if. And before version 7, this was actually not able to be inferred properly, as it was just inferred to, okay, this will return some kind of object. We don't know what. Which is clearly wrong, as we can absolutely infer that. As we know, okay, if this value is true, we will get an observable of number. Otherwise, we'll get an observable of string. And actually, RxJS 7 is fixing that. And this not just go for switch map, but any observable that takes a function as argument that returns a new observable. Fairly similar is actually the concat operator, which where you can pass a lot of observables. And before version 7, the inferration was not really well. It was to a maximum of 4 or 5 values, if I remember correctly. And if you hit this limit, then afterwards it was just saying, okay, I don't know what this is. So pretty much the TypeScript compiler was saying that. Now with version 7, it is properly inferring that to an unspecified amount of observables that you pass there. The new things about reduce are actually fairly exciting. And the same goes actually for the scan operator. So before version 7, the value of the accumulator itself was taken for the returned observer, which kind of makes sense, as the accumulator is the return type, the return value of the whole reduce statement. But in our case, we're just specifying any here because we're lazy, but a string plus something will in any case be a string. Therefore, instead of using this accumulator function, but the return type of this function, we were able to get the value to properly infer this value. Again, same goes for scan operator, which are from the behavior fairly similar. Last but not least is actually the filter observable. So if you want to filter out all the faulty values, what you could do is pass the Boolean constructor function to that. Before version 7, due to a lack of typings, this was inferred to observable of unknown. Now this is fixed, and a filter won't change the return type of your observable anyway. It just changed the amounts of values that are passed through. Now this type is properly inferred, and no weird behavior on that. Okay, this is just a rough overview on all the typings that we fixed, but this is probably the stuff that you might notice. Let's come to the animation frame observable, as this is the thing that I'm super excited about. Before I dive into that, this is also the thing that is the most discussed within the core meeting, as we are still figuring out how to add testing capabilities for that. Therefore, it might be the case that this will go as a user-landed third-party library, even though it's maintained by one of us in the core team. Just that you're aware of that. This might not land in RxJS core. We'll see. We're still working on that. But what the animation frame observable is pretty much doing, it's emitting each elapsed milliseconds between each animation frame. So pretty much when the browser is idle, it will say, okay, to the last animation frame, to the last time the browser was idle, there were 5 seconds passed, even though 5 seconds is ridiculous long. What you could use this for is to build such a tween function. And with such a tween function, you would be able to move a div. This might not sound that exciting as it is, but when you use this, you are able to implement animations in a reactive manner, which looks like this. Isn't this super exciting? Have you seen how smooth this animation was? It might be due to streaming and everything that this wasn't super smooth for you, but I promise you, on my screen, it's super smooth. I know working on my machine is like the most famous last words in software development, but it is super smooth. Okay, the concat operator. And what I'm now talking about will also go for zip, fork join, pretty much every operator that falls in that kind of category. So before version 7, you were able to specify concat as some kind of creation function. So the concat function returned a new observable for you. This was quite convenient for easy observable case where you just want to concat those or merge two observables like I did in the example before. But if you have more complex observe or reactive behavior where you want to apply some operators on the first observable and some others on both and stuff like that, then it would be quite convenient to have an operator that you can pass to the pipe function so that you can specify an amount of operators that will go to the, or that will be applied to the source observable, and all the operator below concat with will be applied to both observables. Something like that actually used to be there already. So if you did RxJS before version 6, you might be familiar with that. Just for naming collision, we removed that. But with concat with, merge with, zip with, etc., this would come back in the next major version. This is all I got content-wise. What I really want to encourage you to get, if you're interested in RxJS and want to leverage this powerful library, I cannot encourage you enough to practice. Honestly, reading the docs is super difficult right now. This is something that we are working on, definitely. But just from reading about such an abstract and complex topic, from my point of view, it's very difficult to understand it and apply it in daily life. Therefore, I learned the most by redoing stupid stuff. It doesn't really matter what it is. I just wanted to implement something with RxJS. And therefore, I was able to understand more about this library, how some operators work and stuff like that. And this helped me to get this mind shift from imperative programming to reactive programming. So here are some things that listed that I would encourage you to do on your own to get more into that. So like redoing the same is a very good strategy because you now know the code. I also share the code afterwards. And you will be able to understand how some of the things work that I did. Very similar is actually implementing a drag and drop feature. It's also touch down, move, touch end. Fairly similar. Like the RxJS 101 is a type ahead search, and this is also something that we in the RxJS team want as some kind of tutorial section. So kind of like the Angular Tour of Heroes. But still, a type ahead search is a very good example to understand RxJS and apply this operator or this library in a useful way. And a little bit more complex is actually long polling. I've seen several different implementations of long polling with RxJS, and all of them are very different, but each has its own advantage kind of thing. So there are many ways how to achieve that with RxJS. Here are the link to the slides and a link to the code repository that also includes the slide, but also the code examples. And this is all I got so far. I'm really thankful for being at this conference. I really appreciate talking about RxJS. So if you have any questions afterwards or want to chat about RxJS or facing issues with it, don't hesitate to reach out to me on Twitter, as this is probably the easiest way to contact me, as I'm not so good with mails. Yeah, again, thanks a lot. I really, really appreciate doing this.
All right. So I think, Nicholas, I'll say in that way, right? That's the best way. I go back with the magic undone. So
You want to see it one more time? Okay, one more time.
All right.
And okay, sorry, I'm done now.
I did share your Twitter handle on the comments on all different platforms. So definitely, I'm connected with you on Twitter. I'm not. This doesn't belong to my subjects, but this sounds very interesting. I was just listening the entire session. There were a couple of very different ways on how you put this presentation, the code highlights and this green screen that you do, that the magnification, and all. I don't know how you do it. Do you write somewhere a blog or something, Nicholas, or something about?
I sometimes blog on DevTour. I think I have the same handle there as on Twitter, but I actually should do this way more often.
Yeah, and I think one session should be about how you do all this stuff. I think this is so interesting. Not many people do it. I'm not sure if you would like to share that. You'll try to keep it secret, right? Now you.
It was so much work. Like I was so much under stress to get it done for the first time, and Jesus Christ, I will keep the secret forever.
Oh my goodness. So all right, so we are getting, so everyone who's watching, take the content from the session. Don't ask Nicholas on how he did it, right? Because he's not gonna share, right?
I actually plan to share on all my streaming stuff how I do this, because I think it's very interesting for newcomers, and I really like to share that. I was just joking around.
Yeah, I mean, I think for getting started, I think it might be a little tricky, right? To do with the OBS,
yes,
and then put the green screen, and there's a lot that happens. You have to manage the shadow. You need to make sure green screen is well lit. I'm fortunate to have a green screen, and I do it, but I've not done it for the live session. But very amazing, Nicholas. I think we are reaching on time. It was an amazing session from your end. Thank you so much. I, Stephen Simon, on behalf of the entire CSharpCorner community and its millions of users, would like to thank you for your contribution to the community, and have dinner time. It's for you.
Yes, I'm starving. Yeah. I'm starving. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Thanks again. I really appreciate being here today.
Bye. Take care.
Yeah, you too. Bye.
All right, so that was Nicholas with an amazing presentation. Some magics happening there with RxJS. Definitely something to learn. I think that is something that would interest me. So moving on to the next speaker, we have Michael. Michael is a Google Dev expert and a Microsoft MVP. He's a trainer, a consultant with a focus on Angular and RxJS. For years, he has helped companies and developers to set up scalable infrastructure and performance processes, enabling teams to keep up with the state-of-the-art development. A vibrant member of the tech community, he organizes multiple community events and workshops each year to give back. He is as I was talking to Michael backstage, he's a frequent flyer to India. Couldn't come this year because of pandemic, but we have you, Michael, from this virtual conference. So let's welcome next speaker, Michael.
Two, three. I love it! Hi.
Hi, Michael. Welcome to the show.
Hello. Happy to be here.
All right. So, tell us, Michael, where you're joining us from today and a little bit more about yourself. I think you already had it, but still, I'll ask you to introduce a little more.
A little bit more about myself. Well, not a lot. I have some job and hobbies. Currently, I mostly sit at home because of current situation. And yeah, the stuff that makes me excited is experiment new things and solve tricky problems. And one of the today's problems that I solved and that I want to present is basically the problem of rendering performance in Angular. So this is, I guess, a pretty cool and exciting thing that I'm very happy that I can share here at this event.
All right, so I can, Michael, I think that sounds pretty interesting. The cool thing is you are both Google Dev expert and a Microsoft MVP, which definitely means you are contributing a lot to the community. May I ask you how many times you have received this Microsoft MVP award?
Come again?
How many times you have received this Microsoft MVP award?
It was the first time. So
oh, wow.
Just the first time.
Did you receive the award? That award?
Yeah, it is. It should be visible here.
quite
behind the lamp, somewhere here, there is JS Poland, and somewhere here is MVP. I can turn the lamp so you can see it.
Yeah, I definitely see now. Cool, pretty cool background there, and I think
it's a virtual background.
Yeah, and not an IT background, I must say. All right, Michael. Next around 40-45 minutes is all yours. You can go ahead and start sharing your screen, and then I'll connect with you towards the end of your session once again.
Perfect.
All right, I have your screen. I'll bring it to the stream. There we go.
Perfect. So, welcome and thanks a lot for the opportunity to talk here. The title of my talk is Fully Zoneless High Performance Rendering in Angular Applications, especially now as the IVA migration is done and we have a little bit more opportunities and a cleaner roadmap of what is possible and what will be possible in the future. And to give you a quick sketch of today's talk and a little bit of a background, there are already design documents about similar ideas out there since years. It is just not often that easy to migrate an already existing framework to a certain state where you can say, and now I can implement this feature and so on. So the ideas basically are quite old. Rob Walmart, for example, presented one of the features that are included in this talk, I guess 2016, if I'm not wrong. So quite old ideas, but now as we moved forward, it is a little bit easier to implement them in a performant and reliable way. This is a background, and I want to switch to the agenda and show you some chapters that I want to talk about and that I hopefully can also demo easily. Let's see, because I did an upgrade just before, so it was a little bit risky. We will see. What's the agenda? First, of course, I'm on those experimental topics for a long time, and most of the time I have long-term goals which need several steps to achieve. So I first want to give a quick information of what foundational things I did in 2019 and early 18, and then I will switch to the current work of 2020 until now. What we have on the agenda are the foundations, as I said. I will quickly introduce you to rendering, like some basic knowledge, and I want to point out some problems that you can run into while trying to gain a little bit more performance in rendering. Then I will talk about template helpers this is a pretty cool feature set because it helps to increase the rendering performance and make as little changes as possible in your code. I will show you some tricks how you handle zone. This is, I guess, really cool. It's just a small demo, but it will show us what we really can gain if we can get rid of zone or just trick zone a little bit. And then I will show you additional features on if we can work with a zone-less similar environment and what we can add on top. So as a foundation to all my work here, I did a lot of researches. One pretty big research paper in 2019 and another very big RFC and a couple of GitHub repositories that pointed out the current problems of Angular, what we should change and what we need to implement. And this is like really necessary to make the next step and introduce rendering in a way that I will present it now. In 2009, my main topic was reactive component state. Back then, pretty interesting. Also, other frameworks started at the same time to evaluate new ideas regarding this. We had Flutter, which was one of the first new frameworks that had ephemeral state as a built-in framework feature, which I guess is pretty cool. But also, I even knew from Vue, for example, gave a pretty cool talk on component state. So 2019 and a little bit before was all about reactive component state. And back then, and also now, the library that will leverage all those things is called RxAngular/state. The goal was basically to provide you the reactive glue, like the minimal lines of code that you need to introduce to your component to have reactive component state management. No architecture, no new patterns, just one-liners for imperative and reactive things to glue together. Pretty cool. You should check it out. And here I listed some links that you can look at and maybe also you can give it a try. The first one is the research. It's pretty a big paper on Dev2. It is a general research on reactive component state in component-oriented frameworks. Then the library itself and its readmes, and one talk of 2019 where I demonstrated the implementation of this library and what it leverages and how little amount of code is needed to make a fully reactive component. This is like the foundation of my work, and the second chapter here would be rendering in Angular. And rendering in Angular is all about the template rendering. Rendering about the component tree. Angular is a component-oriented framework, so it is a root component, which in turn consists out of its children, which in turn consists out of their children. And Angular renders this tree in a certain different of ways that I experimented with, especially the new options that we have since the Ivy migration, and some ideas like the principle of locality. So I will give you the fundamental information about rendering now, and in the next chapters, I will introduce local rendering and further topics. Let's go on with the normal rendering information, and let's take a look at a quick wireframe. At the very top, we have the application ref. The application ref is basically a service that holds a reference to your application, reference to the root component. And it also has several ways how you can render the component tree. And this method is called application ref tick. And at the bottom, we have a lot of green boxes, and those green boxes are all the components in our application. We have the app component. On the left side, we have the menu component and a lot of menu items inside, also components. And on the right side, we have a list with list items, checkboxes, and so on. So this is our rough wireframe of the application that I want to discuss. And this is the application if we turn it into a component tree structure. And the letters here are just references to the app component, the menu, the list component, and the list items, and so on. So if we look at this component tree and we render it, we need to call application tick. And if we call application tick, this basically takes a little bit because application tick is not synchronous, but after all its internals are run, Angular will trigger to render the application. And it will start by rendering the application, the app component, then the menu, its menu items, and then it will go on with the list items and the checkboxes. This is how Angular would render the full component tree, and by default, this is what happens if you initialize a new project in Angular. For sure, this is not the fastest way, so you can do always a little bit better. One thing that you can do is split the code in as meaningful components as possible. So this will package the amount of work that you need to do to render a specific piece of your application, but also you can introduce rendering strategies. And there is the default rendering strategy, and there is also a second rendering strategy, and this is called the on-push, change detection on-push strategy. And this strategy basically compares the previous value and the current value, and if there is a change, basically a change in the instance, in the reference of this object, so no state mutations, but immutable state, then it will re-render your application. And if we take a look at this application here, and we trigger the tick again, we see on the left side, one component has a gray triangle. And if I start to render, we see this gray triangle turns black. This means change detection on push evaluated this component, and it turned out that it is not that it didn't change to the previous value. So we don't render this side, and we go on by only rendering the right side of our application. And this is pretty cool, and I would really suggest to use the async pipe and change detection on push everywhere in your application. This will bring you a lot of performance, immutable data structures, and other cool stuff that will increase the rendering performance of your application a lot. If we take a look at a real-life example, if I want to introduce a change to this pink component here, and I call this change, or let's say I introduce the rendering over the async pipe, for example, then it would look like that. A lot of components don't have change detection on push. They will render unnecessary. Also, a lot of other components will get re-rendered because the async pipe will go up, render the full component tree, and then go down and evaluate and re-render the rest. So this path from the pink box up to the top and down to the pink box again is always re-rendered, no matter if the parent components are changed or not. As you can see, a lot of stuff is re-rendered unnecessary. Let me quickly introduce myself and then serve some solutions to these problems. My name is Hladky. I'm trainer and lead instructor at Trilon, and I'm mostly focused on custom-tailored consulting, training, and helping bigger companies to scale. And what I want to do today is I want to help you to fix rendering performance in your applications. So if we stick with this example from the pink box, I give you some tools to fix those examples. And the current tools are collected under RxAngular/template. Let me quickly turn on the noise here. This package basically includes a lot of cool tools that help you to fix all related problems that I will demonstrate today. tools included, or let's say building blocks included in this library, are imperative rendering primitives, like rendering methods that you can call in your component. I give you an example. Detect change, for example, is a render method, even though you should not directly use it because it will decrease your performance instead of increasing it. But I'll come to that later on. Our created imperative rendering methods don't decrease the performance. They really increase the performance, and they don't only increase it a little bit. They give you some less performance in some full applications. Speaking about imperative methods, I also have the rendering strategies. Rendering strategies are a reactive way of handling those different problems in all the various manners. I told you that at the very end, I will introduce tools to trick zone. We can directly look to this middle block here, unpatch. Unpatch is one of the helper directives that help you to trick the patching of global APIs from zone, and you can basically use, let's say, click or any kind of event bindings in your DOM without interfering with Zone.js. I guess this is really, really a cool feature. Then I will speak about the fundamental blocks here, the push pipe and the RxLet directive. Both of them, I created several design documents. I implemented a very, very basic implementation in ng-rx. And this presentation here includes the latest version with all the performance features. As a last piece, I want to demonstrate viewport priority. And this is basically all about rendering only the stuff that you see. Why should you render stuff that is not visible on your browser's viewport? So one of the last problems I will demonstrate is the viewport priority directive. Let's start with the push pipe and the let directive. The push pipe and the let directive, if we look at the template syntax, first are pretty easy to grasp. The upper one is a replacement for the async pipe. So push or async should work pretty much the same. The difference is that the push pipe will bring zone less performance also in your zone full applications. So by default, the push pipe is using change detection, detect changes, and only renders locally the changes in your component and don't go up the full component tree and down. The same principle is implemented in the RxLet directive. Here you can bind an observable to a specific scope of your template. And then you can display its values as you would do with other template direct or structural directives like the ng-for, the ng-if, and so on. So it's demo time, and let me first introduce template helpers to you. And I will switch here to this very example, and I will show you the code here. Let me quickly open up the demo. It is coalescing. It's here. Okay, so here we see that we can, let me scroll down. Where are we? This is the wrong one. I'm sorry. Let me switch here. I'm really sorry. Yeah. So here we go. By default, we would use, if we want to bind an observable to our template, the push pipe. And the push pipe is displayed or is used, as we can see here, instead of writing async pipe, we can write the word push. And as a second thing, the push pipe takes some strategies. I will come to that later. To quickly demonstrate the usage of the push pipe, let me see if I can click on that button here quickly and switch to the memoized view stage. So here I demonstrate the push pipe in combination with an ngIf, and this is a very common problem that we face. I guess the push pipe is pretty clear, but the ngIf is a little bit more interesting. The push pipe basically only displays your value at a very single place in your template. So if I quickly render a value with my double curly braces, we could, let me remove this, see true and false values coming up in my screen here. I will zoom in so that you can read it a little bit better. And you can see true and false written here. Nothing special. If we want to bind it to a certain container or to a certain piece in our template, we normally use this push pipe hack to bind it to this ngIf directive. And if I do this and I switch my boolish values back and forth, we see that only true values are shown. The false values are not visible, and this is a very, very clumsy way and very tricky. We have to introduce several hacks to make it also work for boolish values. And this is the situation where we can leverage the RxLet directive. So if I use the RxLet directive here, it looks pretty much the same. The only difference here is that I can also deal with boolish values. So if I switch back to this page here and I click next, we see that also false values are displayed. And this is the first cool trick that we implemented to leverage the power of template helpers, reactive template helpers. Another very cool thing is that we, with the first step here, introduced lazy template. Why laziness? Because now, as you can see, I restarted and there is no value visible. So think about an HTTP request that you bind into your view, into your template, and then it starts to kick off to the server. And while it is on its way, we could basically not do anything. We could provide a loading spinner or something else, but we don't really need to generate the template, the embedded view that is displaying the value. So in this case, we see nothing because the value is not here yet. It is lazy. Clicking on the next button, the template is immediately created and we can see true or false values. Our template now is not only lazy, we can also handle the full reactive context. What does it mean to handle the full reactive context? I can not only have next values, I can also see if my stream errors. And then the error should be displayed down here. How can I deal with this in the first place? I can add another two variables here that help me to deal with my error and my complete state, and I can quickly implement those two new lines that you can see how our error and our complete signal can get leveraged in the template. Let me switch back. Wait until it is refreshing. Click next. So we see error and complete is false. If I click the error value turns into true. I can also reset the whole implementation. I can next values, and then I can also complete. And with this, we have the way to implement, let's say, a fallback template for error situations and a fallback template if we are done or our stream completes. Still, this would make a lot of if-else fiddly necessary in our template part here. So for this, we can also set up some different templates that we can use as template references like you would do in an ngIf directive. I created one template for the complete state, one template for the error state, and one template for the suspense state. of this very stream here. If I want to leverage them, I can just include them here and place it as new settings in my RxLet directive. And if I now kick off and refresh this component, we should see the suspense state displayed in a loading spinner. Pretty cool. Here we have these ghost elements that are immediately displayed because not yet any values are present. This is, I guess, huge. This is the first time since we have real lazy templates. Imagine you want to introduce such a behavior with your normal setup. Well, what you could do is you can set a default state. At the beginning, you have an empty array. And if the empty array has some items, you switch to the real screen. But this is not the full truth. The full truth is, as long as you did not receive anything, it is loading or in a suspense state. And this is like a demonstration with a ghost element, how the suspense state really directly is received from the observable context and not from other tricky hacks. I can also next a value, and then my next value template is rendered, but I can also display the error template, or I could display the complete template, as you can see here with this small check mark. So those are the template helpers that I wanted to demonstrate you, especially these lazy templates. Another cool thing and another performance gain that we did is we introduced memoized views. What does it mean, memoized views? I don't have a slide here, but imagine the embedded view, the template references that you create. Normally, if you would use Angular native structural directives, they would get instantiated immediately. And when you switch a template from complete to error, from next to suspense and so on, they would get destroyed, recreated, destroyed, recreated. And this is a lot of work that you need to do in the background, especially when you start to make more large-scale template stuff, or you nest ifs in ng4s and so on. Then this is really costly, and here memoized views come into play. We basically create them once, and if we change the view, we basically don't destroy them, we detach them from the rendering cycle, and if we need them, we reattach them to the DOM to leverage their template syntax. This is a really, really huge performance gain, and one of the things we did in the background for you to give you this huge performance impact. Enough demos, let's go back to the slides. Template helpers are done, and I want to jump to two new things that we need to make template helpers worthy, because you, of course, could implement them and just directly use detect change, but believe me, this will mess up your performance. And the next chapter is here to not only demonstrate how you can mess up your performance, but also demonstrate how you can basically get rid of those negative performance impacts. Next. So I want to discuss two different rendering strategies in this talk. There are way more in the pipeline, but just to keep the scope a little bit narrow for this talk, there are only 45 minutes. I will talk about global and local rendering. And the first question that we could ask is how we can use these strategies. Even if we don't really know what exactly they are doing, how can we use them? And one way how we can use them in the push pipe is to add another parameter to our pipe. You can see those colon strategy in the upper part of the code examples. This is how you would leverage this strategy in your push pipe. And down at the very bottom, you can see how you can leverage the strategy in the RxLet pipe. Those are two ways how you can leverage these strategies. The first strategy is the global strategy. The global strategy is possible because of some new Ivy features. One of those new Ivy features is called theta mark dirty. This is basically the internal function that I leverage in the background to gain this new rendering strategy. And what the global strategy does is pretty much identical to what Mark4Check would do. The difference is that it just works also without zone included. So Mark4Check really needs zone to be in the package, to be running in the background, to trigger the application ref tick to get re-rendered. Global or Mark30, Theta Mark30 to be more specific, does not rely on zone. And this is like the first step into direction of a fully zoneless environment. And global strategy then goes up the tree, marks all the components as dirty, and then it re-renders. It would re-render the very component and its children, and also up the tree. If we remember the thing that I showed you with the purple box, even if we don't need zone, and even if we would have marked everything with change detection on push, we would unnecessarily re-render the path up to the top and down to our very component. And this is stuff that we don't really want to do. This is stuff that really drains performance. Imagine somewhere in your parent would be a costly component, a bigger table or something else. You would mess up the whole performance of their full application by just using the wrong rendering strategy. And I'm pretty sure that this is one of the points where a lot of people experience negative performance impacts gained by zone or the wrong rendering strategy. So let me demonstrate you what this rendering strategy would do, and I will switch into another example here, into coalescing. And now I want to talk about those numbers here that flash. So first, let me set up native rendering. This is what Angular is doing natively. I just recreated it for to get used as a strategy, so that when you use the package, you can implement it with the native strategy. Everything will work as it would do before, and then you can slowly, incrementally move into your real cool performance impacts with the new strategies. But let's take a look about native. Native would basically render the very component, in this case our a component here with one push pipe, another push pipe, and a let directive. And not only this very component, but also its parent component, and the root component. So if I click it, we see all the numbers are flashing. And even if we just want to update this very little thing here, we re-render the full app tree. Same, but with the only difference that this could also work without zone is with the global strategy. So this is done now with Theta Mark30, but as you can see, we still re-render the full component, the full application here, and this is not really good. So this is the big downside that I want to demonstrate that you get when you use normal rendering or even Mark30 rendering when including all the parent components. Let's go back and let me introduce a second strategy that will fix our problem. The second strategy is the local strategy, and this strategy builds up on detect changes with a little bit of tricks in the background. Here I leverage Ivy's new Theta detect changes method in the background. And this strategy should really only render the very component where you introduce the change, and maybe its children if they also introduce a change through this change. The downside of detect change directly is that you decrease the performance a lot. Detect changes is synchronous, and if you call it multiple times in a row, you will render it multiple times. And here I do a demonstration where I just use 2 push pipes and 1 let directive in a template, and also some static render functions in the component. So this is more or less a real-life scenario of a mid-size component in terms of what you would implement and what you would need to re-render. If I quickly demonstrate you the performance of the local strategy natively, like how Angular would implement it by default and how I implemented in the previous implementation of other packages, we would have, if we click the button, 12 renderings for one change. So jumping from 4 to 16, and now we will jump from 16 to 28. We see 12 renderings for a single click. This is not really nice, but the good point is we don't re-render all the other components. We just have to get rid of those unnecessary 12 renderings. And how we will get rid of it, let me quickly discuss those things in my slides. I use two principles to get rid of it. I will use scheduling and coalescing. And the first thing that I want to talk about is scheduling. Scheduling basically takes a piece of your code, and instead of executing it immediately, it moves it to a different part of your browser. Scheduling basically helps us to split the work in different sections. If we look at a synchronous task, and we think about this synchronous task and how we can split it, we would end up in two pieces. The first piece is a trigger that is here to trigger our work, a button click that is bound to a function, and this function kicks off our rendering. Then we have work itself. This is maybe the rendering of our component, and this is the two pieces that we need to understand how we can leverage scheduling. So scheduling now could look like this. I trigger a specific work and I reschedule it, in this case with the animation frame, in the future and place it right before the browser paint event, right before the browser is ready to paint, not previously. This is one example of how we could schedule a task. And this is like the fundamental technique, or one of the two fundamental techniques that we used in Rx Angular to leverage those incredible cool performance gains. Scheduling itself is a huge different set of options. In this slide, I demonstrated in red sync, in yellow, a microtask in blue, an animation frame. Then the dark blue things are cutting edge things. Here I worked with post-task scheduling, which is only present in Canary Chrome at the moment, but still we are working with it and we have pretty cool and excitements insights on that. And also the idle callback in gray here. So you have a variety of sets of scheduling options where you can choose from. And we picked the microtask to implement coalescing. So what is coalescing? Coalescing basically is buffering multiple different events together into one single. What does it mean? Well, imagine we have this function, this work, this render call that we want to schedule to a different place. A microtask here is used to schedule it. And a microtask, you have to know, is, let's call it special synchronous code. It is synchronously executed, but it will get prioritized after your normal code. So a promise will immediately fire, but only after all your real synchronous code is executed, which is a very, very narrow time window between synchronous code and the microtask. We leveraged this narrow time window to basically coalesce multiple different renderings together into one single one. And we did it by passing multiple emissions into a function. This function basically reschedules all those emissions. And when the microtask occurs, we only call the rendering one single time. This is the really, really cool performance gain that we implemented. And here we can see that if we call it 3 times, synchronously pass it to our coalescing function, we end up with one single call of this render method right after all synchronous code is executed. This was the first big step into a way how we could really meaningful leverage detect changes. Let me demonstrate coalescing here and switch to other strategies here. Let me have a sip of water. Okay, so I already demonstrated you that Angular by default re-renders 12 time, and also any other implementation of those ideas that I demonstrate here will end up in the same negative performance impact. And then if we introduce coalescing, and I will do this now, and I click the button again, let me quickly refresh, switch to coalescing. We have here 4 renderings, and if I click the button, we should end up, instead of having 12 re-renderings, only 4. And we see this, the number jumped from 4 to 8, from 8 to 12, from 12 to 16. And we can see we already gained 2/4 more, 2/3 more performance, because we are down now to 1/3 from 12 to 4. But this is not enough, and again, this is not scalable. So we had to solve another problem, and this was scoping the coalescing, not only by a specific template directive or a specific function in your component. We really would have to scope all the coalescing on the template itself. So everything that would render something in a specific template should coalesce the re-rendering of this specific shared template together into one. And this is our local strategy. And if you look at the number here, it is 53. And if I click now the button, it only increments by 1. So we have 54, 55, 56. And this is really huge, and I guess super incredible, even if my energy level is today a little bit low. This is as exciting as it could be. It is not re-rendering the full application, and also not over-rendering our very component. Incredible cool, I would say. Let's switch back and let me show you even more cool stuff. Let's recap that we went down from 12 re-renderings to 1 single rendering, and let me introduce you the 2 changes or the 2 performance impacts that we introduced. The first one was, instead of going up the component tree and down and re-render everything on this path, we only render the very component. So we improved the number of rendered components drastically. And even better, we went down for this very single component from 12 renderings by Angular Native to 4 renderings to 1 single rendering. And this is like incredibly cool. And this is like the reason why we could work on further on future features and implement more cool stuff. But this one was like the most important thing for us to ship. So while demonstrating how cool and how performant we could decrease the number of renderings and also the way how it is rendered, let me now give you another cool insight on what you could do. And the new insight is viewport priority. I want to show you how you can prioritize rendering based on if this component is visible in your viewport or not. And I will switch to another demo. I go here to viewport priority, and I zoom out a little bit, and I demonstrate you that I have a component here, a component that is sometimes visible and sometimes not. And here I have a button, and if I click the button, you can see the number. If I go here, the number increases. Whenever I click the button, the value counts up. So would you like to re-render the component here if it would be outside of the viewport? Would you have any benefit of rendering this component or parts of your application that are not visible? Basically, I would say no. So we should find a way, if I click the button here, that it would show the value. And if I move out and I click the button, there should be no change. And this is possible. As you can see, if I jump to an interval where you have constant changes and I move the component out of the viewport, you see changes or re-renderings stopped. And if I move it in, we can see that the values are changing again. So this is one thing, but let me point out a variety of problems, or let's say performance improvements that we did on top of it. Now we have 113 as a number here. If I move out and I click the button 2 times, it would be 115. So as it is not re-rendered, this component is out of sync now, which is pretty bad. But if we move in, we detect that there is a difference and we re-render the component. And now we see the original number and our rendering increased by 1. If we move the component out and in again with no change, then the very component here is not re-rendered. So this is, I guess, a pretty cool performance optimization with stuff that is not visible in your viewport. Really exciting and also really cool because we are working on a way how you can implement it globally. At the moment, you have to apply a directive on a component that you want to control over it. In the future, it should work naturally by just implementing the Rx Angular template package to get out this really high performance improvement. Let me switch back to my slideshow and jump to the last chapter because time is short. Tricking zone. And to demonstrate you how bad zone is and what we did, I want to talk about quickly a package that is called unpatch. Unpatch basically unpatches zone patched APIs. Pretty intuitive naming. What it does is really good to demonstrate if you switch to a button click. So this is a flame chart of a Hello World example. And if I would click a button that does nothing, this happens in Angular natively. I would re-render everything in my application, the very, very top component until it to the very button. A lot of people treat situations where they want to avoid interference with zone with the ng zone service and its method run outside zone. And this is done here. And even with this method, we have, for sure, we have a dramatic decrease of performance, but still a lot of overhead because all the blue methods here are introduced by zone. Now let me show you how your application would look like if we would basically use the unpatch directive, and then it looks like this. If you battle test it with just vanilla JavaScript and nothing else, you will realize this is the minimal amount of code you can execute, and this is the most performant way how you can handle zone patched APIs, or let's say how you can deal with code execution in the most performant way. This is basically even faster than just disabling zone. So this is like really completely zone-less performance in zone-full applications. As this is a lot of theory, let me demonstrate it to you in a real-life example. Here I have a tour of heroes running, and this is my rendering strategy. Let me switch to global. Let me switch, to native. So this would be what Angular would do natively. We can see all those circles flashing. I can also switch to local, and we see that there are a little less renderings present, but still a lot. So the first improvement, let me show you, is that if I use local and I would type here 2 times, the HTTP request that you see flashing here is only coming back 1 time, which is not the case if you do it natively. Here we will see after I type 2 times also, a second, also a flash here. Local will, if the HTTP request returns, only flash down here. But still not really good, because as you can see, whenever I type, the full application is rendered. And this is because zone by default patches or global APIs, even event bindings, add and remove event bindings. So to fix this, I will quickly jump into this application and introduce a directive, and this is the very last thing that I want to demonstrate here. I want to introduce the unpatch directive or on this input binding and refresh the page. And if I now type in this input box, nothing is re-rendered. So even if I type a lot, not a single rendering is caused. Not even if we have the change detection strategy native here. And if I switch back to local, this is the best possible way. As we can see, we type and rendering is only introduced here at this very local place. So this is pretty cool. And if you question what we need to do now to go fully zoneless, well, basically nothing. The very demo here that is working with Angular native way of rendering is immediately working as long as you switch to the local strategy. So having your application run in zoneless is as easy as possible with this new package RxAngular/template and RxAngular/state. Let me ramp up the stuff here and let me introduce a couple of people. What I want to do is I want to follow principles from pretty cool persons out there. One of those cool persons and idols of myself is Richard Feynman. And Richard Feynman has one principle that he follows a lot, and it is give credits where it's due. So I want to use a little bit of your time to give credits to people that helped and that were like basically interacting and supporting this whole project. The two core contributors, Julian and Kirill, and a lot of other people that helped and currently work on this really, really cool package that will bring you incredible zone-less performance, even in zone-full environments. This is the end of my talk. I'm very, very happy that I could deliver it, that I still had enough energy this day. And as always, if you have any questions, feel free to approach me, feel free to ping me, and of course, check out the repository on NPM or on GitHub. The repository name is called RxAngular for the reactive component state that I developed in 2019. It is RxAngular/state, and for the pretty new and exciting stuff, RxAngular/template. That's it from my side, and I want to stop my screen sharing and jump back to StreamYard. Steven, what's up?
That was a great session, Michael, and I think I have some of your friends joining on the streams too in the comments. A session that was filled with a bunch of, I think, half a dozen of demos you had with the slides. Pretty unique. I think you went hand in hand both with the presentation and the slides. It went very smooth, very great.
At the beginning, I was a little bit confused, but just because my schedule today was incredibly rough and I had little sleep from yesterday to today, but after the first demo it was super smooth. I'm satisfied. I cannot claim.
I think it was amazing. I think it's already quite late at your place, maybe like at 10:30 or
yeah.
Right. I think it's dinner time, Michael, but I really appreciate for all that you have done for the community.
Yeah.
I, Stephen Simon, on behalf of entire CSharpCorner, would really like to thank you for your contribution and have a good night and take good care of yourself.
Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, so we are now done with this Michael's session, and we move to the final session of the day today. We are joined by an amazing person, Alex, who is a software engineer at Google working on Firebase Console. He is also a core member of the NGRX team, which is pretty cool. He is passionate maintainer of this library at Google and an organizer of Angular Toronto meetups. In his free time, he writes articles at indepth.dev, and a bit of a surprise, this person is a birthday boy today. So let's welcome Alex, our next speaker of this conference. Hi, Alex. Welcome to the live show.
Hey, Steven. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm fantastic. How are you today?
Good, good. Yeah, so birthday was my yesterday. I had a birthday yesterday, and we have, people coming in today and all the friends and all that. So very exciting. Uh,
Yeah.
Very excited to actually wrap up the conference as well. That's
Mhm.
awesome. How are you holding? You're probably exhausted of the whole day conference.
For me, it's all like a 10 hours conference. I'm sitting on this. I think I've not slept from last 35 hours or
Oh my
something.
God.
So but the happy birthday once again, Alex. Thank you so much for giving us time on this day. Must have been very special to you that even on this day you are doing this community stuff. So we really appreciate it. I love your background and they have this happy birthday tag on the top on the
Awesome.
screen.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's awesome.
All right, Alex, I won't take much of your time. I think I have a screen sharing. You are allowed to wrap up as soon as possible because I know you have something really special going on at your place today. So it's all you now.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, we'll wrap up only after I tell everything about the component store. Actually, I won't have time today to tell everything about the component store. I'll touch on a lot of things, and hopefully, there'll be more questions and further presentations on it as well. A bit about myself. I'm Alex Okrushko. You can find me on Twitter at Alex Okrushko, and my DMs are open. So if you have any questions about today's presentation or anything like that, feel free to shoot me a question, and I'll try to answer it. I'm working on Firebase Console currently at Google, as I was already presented also in the Nginx team, and I'm very happy and proud to have the Angular Toronto community of Angular developers here in Canada. So I'm organizing that meetup. And I'm also very proud to be part of the fantastic people at the indepth.dev, which is a fantastic community. If you're not subscribed there, make sure you subscribe. It's really awesome. All right, so that's a little bit about myself. So what are we learning today? What is this Nginx component store? Well, it's a state management library, right? And you might think, hold on. Doesn't Nginx already have a state management library? Well, yeah, there is an Nginx store, right? And this is a global state management library. So this component store is completely separate library that doesn't depend on it. It's self-contained. It's basically like one file with an extra operator. So it's very tiny. It's very performant as well. So this is the one that I'm going to be talking about today. But state management. Okay, so what is the state management thing we're talking about? Well, we have a state, and we need to manage it. And before we dive into those things, we want to understand what is the state? What is this state thingy? And again, there are multiple ways to slice this and present this, but my mental model about this is the following. We have a server and we have a web app, right? Server keeps a server state, no surprise there, it's a backend state. And this is basically a source of truth, right? So this is all the state we save, it's there. Then on the web app, we have a bunch of different states. There's more, but we'll talk about these four today because they are interesting in the component store realm. And we'll start with the persistent state. What is the persistent state? And I'll show some examples based on the Firebase console, so I'm working on it, and why not, right? All right, so the persistent state is the state that we get from this. It's from the backend. It's a piece of state. It's a snapshot of some of the state that backend had at some point when we requested this. So this is a persistent state that we get within the application. We also have, URL state, or the router state, sometimes people call it. And this is, to no surprise, is the state of the URL. Sometimes it's router state, so it has a little bit more things like data and stuff like that. But for what we care about is the URL itself. Then there is a client state. This is, for example, something that would not even persist to the backend. For example, which tab is open right now? Here is a sign-in method tab is open. This is the type of state that stays within the app itself. It's not going anywhere, but the app itself is aware of it. So it could be shared around, and it's aware of the state. And then the last one is the local UI state. This is the state of this enable button, right? So enable button by itself knows that it has two states, basically on and off. It doesn't care what it is. It's very it's called dumb component. So it's very included within that component. It's not shared everywhere. It's passed, should it be enabled or disabled, maybe by an input, and when you click it, it communicates to the output. So it's basically like a very common component or very localized UI state. All right, so those are the 4 states we have, and the typical problems that we have within our applications is how we can synchronize all of those. So this is where a lot of the challenges happen. How do we call APIs? How we persist the state? How we read it? How we update it? And all of these between. We change the URL, the client state needs to change, a specific tab needs to be shown. Some APIs need to be called. So all of these synchronization is what the state management is all about. So how is a component store managing this state? Well, component store, just like any other thing or any state, it needs to do 3 things. Basically, first is we need to be able to read the state, right, locally, and then we need to write the state, and then we also have some side effects, which we'll cover in a second, and we need to organize and manage them as well. And if you're familiar with the global and direct store, you probably have seen the create selector, create reducer, or create effect. Those are like the factory functions to either read, write, or create some side effect and manage that. Well, as you might be, there's no surprises, I guess. Component store also has a way to read it, and we call this a select method. There's a way to write the state, and we called it an updater, like updates the state. And effect, well, the side effect is just an effect. There are a few more methods, but we won't be covering them today. And even even some of those methods we see only to be used in specific places. For example, like get, we only want it to be used in effect, so it's even protected and not publicly available. Anyhow, so those are the APIs that we have for the component store. Component store in itself is supposed to be a better version of a service with a behavior subject, right? So this is a push-based service that has the state and reacts to things. And it's a better version, I say, because we also have like a side effects to manage all of those race conditions, which we'll get into in a second. So how do we write the component store? The typical way I see component store written is first we need to tell it which kind of state it operates on. For example, we have statuses of different status, unsaved, error, loading, and loaded. For example, we have an author state, right? We have his ID, name, some books that are associated with this author, books IDs, and in the status of this API to load the author state. All right, so this is the interface this is the state that we'll be working with. And again, component store, unlike global store, it's supposed to be very localized. So the scope of it is very different. So the typical way we would write it is we'll create this author store and we'll extend the component store. So component store comes with all the tools we need. It comes with a way to read the state, it comes with a way to write it, it comes to how to create side effects. But we need to add some meat to it, add the logic how to do this. So what exactly are we doing? So that's why we create this author store, which just extends component store, which is a toolbox. All right, the first thing we can do is here I'm initializing the state. You can do it, or you can do it later on, up to you. There are ways to do it, which we won't cover today. But here I'm initializing the state. I want it to be, for example, unsaved and having some default values. All right, so now we are to read. How we read it? Well, we read it with a select, and it's very simple. So again, select has a callback method, but basically is a prescription. We have a state. How do we extract something from it that we care about? So again, all of these read, writes, and effects will all be answering the how question. So how we select. So we have the state. that has, IDs, name, statuses, and stuff like that. We want to get a name out of it. So this is how we do state, and state.name, we get it back. And this returns us, as you can see by the $sign there, it's an observable of strings now. All right, so and we make it a read-only, so just nobody changes it by accident. So again, this becomes a push-based service, right? So our author store is a push-based service. So how would we use this? How would we use this name? So we have our component, like author component, that has a few things. And let's see how we would use this author store, right? The store that has the business logic that's associated with changing the author. So first, an important thing is we would put author store in the providers. Why would we put there? Well, when we put it there, that means that this author store would be tied to the life cycle of this component. So for example, when the component would be destroyed, this store would be destroyed. Another thing is if there will be multiple of author components, each one would have their own unique version of the author store, because it's really we're tying the store to a particular component. That's why we would provide it in here. Okay, so then in the injector itself, we would do the private read-only author store, and we inject this author store. So now it becomes available to our component. All right, so now with this name, well, it's very easy, right? Because it's a property on the store, and now we can extract it and use it in template or anything more. And it's very push-based. So whenever anything changes the state, it gets pushed to this name, and our component can react to this. All right, so this is how we select it. How can we update it? How can we update the store? All right, so let's look at that. So we would write it with the updater function and a method. And this method, again, tells us how we change the state. So for example, given the state, the previous state that we have, which is the first argument, author state, and given the new status, some kind of new status that we get into this update status, we would show how we would immutably change the state to this new one. So for example, we would spread the previous state. So any properties that we had, like ID, a name, they all stay the same. And last one is status. We would override that status. And this property, it's not actually a property. It is a property, but it's a callable property. So you can think of it as a function. And if you can see below there, this update status, we pass a value to it, loading, right? We pass a status to it. And what it would do, it would change internally the state to loading. And if we are reading it and selecting it with the selector somewhere, it would right away react and pick up this new version. And down below, for example, we have update status to load it. So see, those are how like a imperative functions that you can call and basically update the status very easily. And the whole thing reacts to this. Awesome. So this is how we write them. How would we, so the next one is an effect. Effect is a little bit more involved, so we'll get to this. But I feel it's such an important part of a component store. And actually in the Nginx, the global store, there's Nginx effects, which again, I think is one of the most crucial parts there is, because it allows us to handle those race conditions that we never test for. It's hard to identify, and we sometimes don't even think about it, right? If we have just a method on the service that does and calls like HTTP call and gives like a 0 back, if the user clicks and invokes that method on the service multiple times, now we have a race condition. And if we're updating values, now we're in big trouble. All right, so that's what effects are for. Effects are for handling asynchronous things, but also at the same time controlling all those race conditions. All right, so let's look at this one. So we have a get author effect. And what it takes an observable of IDs, right? So what are those IDs? Those are author IDs that we would be pushing into this one. We'll see how exactly, but think of it as our callback gives us this ID and asks us, how would we handle that stream of IDs that we have? All right, so the first thing we would do, we would filter. We ignore that for now. And then the next thing, we would update the status. Now we consider it loading, right? So now if we select the data from about the status, we would know that it's loading. So this is what a tab operator basically is, another side effect. The next one is super critical. So this is where we handle our race conditions. And here we use a switch map. If you know, there's a switch map, merge map, exhaust map, and concat map. All have different ways to do it. So they all handle different the incoming stream of values and how you would handle them. Would the queue, would a switch map would drop any observables it's working on, or concat map, will queue them, and exhaust map will drop the incoming ones. So those are strategies how we handle those race conditions. So here we would do is we would call our author service, and we would get that author by a specific ID. Once we have the result, we will call the tab next, and we first of all set the author. Set the author is an updater that sets the author into our state, and then we have another update status, which is another updater, and now it sets it to loading. If we have an error, our update status was set to error, right? And somebody else, somewhere can pick it up and show the error message. And one last thing is, if there is an error, right, we basically need to catch this error and transform it to empty before we flatten this into the main stream. All right, so those are the side effects. So we can select, we can update, and we can cause those side effects. Side effects is basically the orchestration of all the asynchronous stuff we do, calling the services, handling race conditions, and stuff like that. All right, so how will we call this effect? Well, we can call this effect, for example, in the input of author component. For example, this author component that takes an ID of an author ID and says, hey, this is what you get. Do whatever you want with it. And what we do instead is like, okay, author store, give me this author, and it pushes this ID into this. Notice it's not an observable that I'm pushing it. I'm actually pushing a single value into it. But every time I call this get author, right? For example, if a parent component changes mine, it pushed me another ID right after, a few seconds, while I was still, retrieving the first author, it would be pushed into this observable stream that we saw above, and it would say, oh, you know what? We have a new ID. We don't care about the current one. Drop it and start another request for the get author. If it was just, a service with a method, it's very easy to overlook those, and we could have gotten the condition in the race condition where the first request actually gave us a result second, and we could have had a wrong author. Those are like those tricky race conditions that are really hard to get right. And the component store is one of its purposes is exactly that, giving you the tools to work with in a very nice way. All right, so this was the effect. So how is it different from the global store? Well, there are a lot of differences. We'll cover some of them. So for example, in the indirect store, it's really meant for the global state of the application. And as such, it scales a little bit differently. We split things by separate files because it's supposed to be a lot of things, right? It's a lot of global things, and we split them by almost like responsibilities there. So selectors are separately, reducers are separately, effects are separately, and they're all in separate files. Indirect component store is supposed to work with the smaller data sets, smaller effects, smaller state, and the state for that particular component only, or its children. So it's all in one single file. So this is like one of the, the first difference. So selector data and effect are in the same file, and they should be in the same file. There are some additional selectors in a separate file sometimes, but we won't cover that today. All right, so what are the differences? Well, in direct store, even though things are all separate, it's a one single state for the entire application, right? So it's one single, even if we do 4 features, they are patching the one single object of immutable state. Each reducer there is responsible for its own slice. That's true, but it's still a one single state. While in indirect component store, it's not the case. We have multiple independent states. And this is why it's super, super crucial to not duplicate the state, to really understand who's the owner of what kind of state, where should you push component store in the component tree, should you have it. This is super important. So again, there are multiple independent states. They're not talking to each other, and they shouldn't be even talking to each other. There should be a clear ownership of the states. Okay, so those are those two. And lastly, Nginx global store it lives for the lifetime of the application, right? So we keep the state is there all the time. While the Nginx component store, the way it was designed is it should clean up after itself when the component containing it gets destroyed. So this is, again, quite important ways to distinguish those. So where should we use component store? Well, I'll cover a few cases today, but there are a lot of use cases as we discover, as we start using it. Within Firebase, we've been using component store as the initial version for, what was that, almost a year now. No, actually, yeah, since like November of last year. So there are a lot of use cases. We'll cover some of them. First, we'll cover like a module state. Then we'll go into the shared common component state. And this is actually the state that that basically gave birth to this component store within Firebase initially. Then there's a complex independent component state, which is kind of very related to the module state. Reactive local UI state as well. And the last one is provided in root. I put the warning sign there. So again, component store is designed to be used with the component lifecycle. You can, in theory, provide it in root, and there are some cases for it, but basically be very careful with that. All right, so let's start with the module state. What is this module state? It's not an ng module state. It's not JavaScript module state. It's a whole different other module state. And what we call the modules is something that's completely independent within the application and self-contained as well. So, for example, we have multiple in Firebase console. We have multiple pages, right? We have page for authentication. We have page for database. We have page for storage, and each of those pages open, and they're almost like completely independent state-wise from the rest of our application. Yes, some of the state does trickle down from the global component, global Nginx store, for example, like a project number that you're working with, and in a few cases they are connecting to some other modules, but mostly it's a self-contained piece of a component tree. All right, so that's the module state. Let's look a little bit into this authentication one. This is the one that I was working on as well, so it's kind of very familiar for me, and I'll try to explain what exactly I mean here and how we would use the component store in this example. So when you click on one of these providers, like this one, email password, it opens up. So this is a provider page. You can do the same thing and click on phone provider, and it would open up the same provider window. So basically, those are providers. We can for authentication, and we also can have like a third-party providers, like Google is a third-party auth provider, or even Twitter. Like those are all providers, and we can think of them as a provider component, right? They are kind of independent. All right, so we have this providers component, but then they're not just by themselves. They have to have a parent component, and in this case, this is their parent component. It'll be like an identity provider, so it contains a bunch of providers inside it. But even that, if we scroll a little bit down, there's more happening, and even this page by itself, it's a tab. It's a providers tab. It has quota at the bottom. So basically, this is our component tree. Again, very simplified, right? How they contain each other. All right, but then we have also other tabs as well, right? So our authentication page is actually bigger. There's users, there's templates. It's quite bigger. Like we have all of that. And let's just, for the picture here, we'll put it as well. So there's a users tab with users tables, some row, templates tab, and we have like authentication index page. So this is the one that contains the whole module. And the way the APIs are structured for authentication, for example, is that we have API get some config, and config covers all of these users, it covers providers, it covers some of the template stuff. So it's API that just goes and gets a lot of things at the same time. Because of that, we have to have a way to store that data. And what we decided to do is to have the auth config store. And it's basically the one that is tied to the lifecycle of the auth page. And then it shares, once we get the API results, it shares all the data throughout the different components. And they can basically talk to the store to get the user data, to get some of the quota data, to get some of the providers or templates or other stuff. Sorry, Mark, I'm busy right now. Yeah, so anyhow, that's why we have it all this way. And this way, it actually owns the state on that page, right? So this is where it covers it. So auth index page owns all of the config, and it's not shared anywhere above it. So it's only shared here. Sorry, can you close it up, please? Sorry, I have Saturday. All right. Okay, so getting back to this one. All right, so we have a config store that shares all of this data throughout. Moreover, we have another store, which we have an onboarding store that's also is on the page. So what I wanted to show here is that there could be multiple stores at the same page level. It could be stores below this. It could be stores above it. But it has to, you have to have a clear understanding of at which level we actually, the state is owned, right? So it's owned at that particular level. All right, so that was the module state, and then the shared common component state. And this is actually the one that, kind of gave birth to this component stuff. We had a problem where we had quite a complex component. So for example, we have an app, right? We have multiple pages, right? With different pages, different things happening. And then, some pages have different components and stuff like that. So just have that. But then we have a common component. It's a shared component. It's a component that's like dumb. It talks to the outside with its parents through the inputs and outputs. All right, so we have those common components, the different pages, but that component is quite complex, and you could have its children too, and its state could be very complex, and then you might need to call the services directly as well, maybe for validation or other things. But we wanted to have that state. And basically have that state self-contained somehow. And we didn't want to push it to the indirect store because it didn't have even any, place. It shouldn't be in the global things. It's not really shared anywhere, right? So common component is actually the one that owns it. So what we ended up doing is having those components stored, right? And as you show as well, when you provide that component store, in this case, it would be individual and unique for each of those components. So this one was a very interesting case, and this is the one that basically gave birth to this component store. All right, so this is third one is a complex independent component state. So it's kind of like a module one. So we have multiple pages. We have a component A, which again owns the state. It's not shared anywhere. But components B and C want to have some of it, maybe transformed in a transformed way. D might want as well, and all that stuff. So we would, and then we also wanted to have everything cleaned up when we move to page 1, for example. So again, we would create a component store that's tied to the life cycle of a component A. In this case, it's the one that owns the state, and then it's basically shared through those selectors down. And if those components need some data to be changed, they call either those updaters or they call those effects and push some new data into it. So this is it's kind of like a case of a module state as well, if you can think of component A as a module. All right. The other one is the reactive local UI state, and this is what Michael's been touched on as well. For example, if should you go zoneless, you have a local UI state that's reactive, and if it's just the property that you change, you need to know to change deck or whatever that you need to update that and all that stuff. So you can use those push pipes and the rest of the things. So you need to have your local state reactive as well. So component store can also be used for that. And then the last one was the provided root. Again, you have to have a clear separation. If there's a little bit of a state that's not shared anywhere much, right? And it could be used, but it's self-contained state, doesn't have a lot of inputs from other places, then it's kind of okay. But the first instinct should be probably, if you have something really global, the first instinct should be in the Nginx store itself. By the way, a component store does not depend on the Nginx store, the global one. It's completely self-contained. It's supposed to be a replacement for the service, with some cache or some state, a push-based service. I've written the design doc for it. You can search for it, component store design doc. You'll get on this. And one of the last things I want to say, huge thank you for these people. Kevin Elko, he's my teammate at Firebase. He's the one who started the component store internally, and then talking with the Nginx team, we decided to push it upstream basically and share it with everybody. I've had these questions. I have this multiple instances of the same component that's fairly large and have self-contained state. How can I do this with the Nginx? And an answer was like, well, you can kind of put by index by ID in the global store, but they're like, well, they don't do it and all that becomes clumsy. So yes, this is why it was created. I also would like to thank Nginx team, Brendan and Tim. They've been reviewing this and providing feedback a lot. So thanks a lot for them. And also Nicholas Jameson, who was also crucial. Even the one of the custom operators that we have as part of the component store, which I didn't cover today, it was actually written by Nicholas. He's a fantastic guy. If you don't follow him, you should. If you didn't read his blog, you missed like a ton. It's one of the best blogs there is. So I'd like to really thank those people. They're fantastic. And lastly, so component store, I'm working on a guide right now. There's not a lot there right now, but hopefully soon. And component store should be released with the upcoming Nginx v10 release, which again will be happening fairly soon. So the docs will be updated by that time, and you can right now already go and play with the nightlies builds, and if you want any feedback, if you want to have any feedback for the component store, I'll be very happy to listen. But looks like we're like where it's getting, and so far I had a lot of fantastic feedback. So that will be it from me. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, again, reach to me. Twitter is the best way, and I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you so much.
All right, Nicholas, I think that was an amazing session that you had. couple of glitches during this show. I know it's weekend, so yeah, we do get that. But I really liked about the session that it was broken into different sections, and you covered everything in the detail, step by step. So a great session all put together, Alex. Thank you so much for your time and for contributing to the community. I'll let you go and celebrate your birthday party, which is going on still in your backyard, as you told. And thank you once again, and have a nice day.
Thank you so much, Stephen. Thanks for inviting me.
Bye. Take care.
Bye.
All right. So now we are done with the all sessions, and let me go ahead and invite Mahesh Chand, who is us today for the closing note. Hi, Mahesh. How are you? You're muted.
It's going.
Okay. It's all good. I think we have finally completed our Angular conference. It was great. We had some amazing speakers starting from Australia to the Canada. I think we have covered almost the entire map.
Wow, long day. Yeah, I saw that. Great speakers, definitely great speakers, great content. Loved it. Yeah, and Alex definitely had fun. And, it was his birthday. I saw and watching that. Definitely not Nicholas. uh, so thank you all for joining. I mean, it looks like everybody's sleeping probably in different parts of the country now. Like, looks like you have
Yeah.
some speakers from India, you have speakers from Europe, and now
Mhm.
some were from US.
Yeah. I think more than 8 time zones. We covered more than 8 time zones.
Yeah, and what time is there now in India? Aren't you sleepy now? You've been working here like for what, 15 hours?
I think for this conference, I'm sitting on this chair for last 10 hours, but I think I've not slept from last 35 hours.
Oh wow. All right, all right. So yeah, and think on behalf of C Sharp Corner, one thing I want to tell everybody who joined us today, thank you so much for joining during this pandemic. And I know it's not easy for all these speakers coming, taking time from their family lives and work lives, and giving back to the community. And because of these all these speakers, we have still learning opportunities. There is a lot of people joining, learning. I believe we have probably a few thousand people joined today. Definitely learn from great speakers. They're all expert guys. um, and then one thing I want to tell on behalf of C Sharp Corner is when C Sharp Corner, we launched C Sharp Corner as a community. In the beginning, we were all focused on C Sharp and Microsoft.NET. But today, 20 years later, it has evolved to not just C Sharp, but pretty much any software development discipline. It could be Angular, it could be React, it could be mobile, cloud, anything else. So it's nice to see we had a dedicated, Angular conference.
Yeah, and I think we have a couple of more conferences scheduled for month of August and September, also October.
Yeah, you wanna share screen, talk about these upcoming conferences, so our
Yeah,
audience will know at least if they we would love to have everybody join us there.
so the next conference that we have, it is on 7th and 8th of August. I think the call for speaker is closed midnight, so I think this will definitely change. It is going to be for 2 days, 6 to 7 hours each day, and we have speakers like Microsoft Regional Director, Cloud Advocate, Azure MVP, and great line of speakers.
So yeah, this conference is Azure conference, Microsoft Azure, and it's just focused on Azure, nothing else. And if you look at the speakers, they're Microsoft regional directors. We have Magnus, we have Viswas Lele. Both are great guys, good friend of mine. They are always active in Azure, um, and very close to the actually Azure team. Most of these guys are Microsoft MVPs, regional directors, and I think you have few more speakers to be added here. Even Alan is also Microsoft regional director, and then we have few guys from Microsoft team.
Yeah, and I think we still need to add around maybe 8 to 9 more speakers over here.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think it is going to be another big conference, and really excited for this one. I think it won't be 10 hours one day, but it may be like 7 hours, 8 hours for 2 days. So
Okay,
yeah,
okay. And what else is after Azure? I think we have. What other we
I
have?
think we also have React coming after that.
Yeah, React is again, another JavaScript framework library growing really fast with Angular. React is when is that React one? Okay, so there you go. These are
It's on
the dates.
11th
September
September.
11th is React. So anybody wants to learn React, that's September 11th. And then I'm really excited about the blockchain after that, blockchain and .NET, because Those two, and even startups. Those three are kind of my favorite. I work with blockchain now. Been doing for several years, and .NET I've been doing since last whatever 99. So it's before it was launched. So those are my favorite conferences. Are okay. So we got React, we got blockchain, we got .NET, and we have startups. So that's great. URL, you want to post the URL? This is URL is 2020
Yeah,
.NET. You want to post the URL?
I'll put it in the comments so that everyone can follow along.
Yeah, so this is the website. 2020 are the 2020 and 20 word .NET. This is one place we keep all CSharpCorner and other partner conferences. A definitely great line of speakers. I think some still we have call for speakers open. Some of
Yeah.
them is closed.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm really excited about the blockchain, .NET, and startups.
Yeah, and we had some really amazing conference in the past, like One Software Architect, Women in Tech, Light Up, and Public Speaking.
Yeah, I believe their recording is available there, right? So if anybody wants to go say software architecture conference, it was just focused on architects and architecture, and we had some great architects came and spoke about how to build different kinds of software, how to build websites and cloud applications, mobile applications, and even enterprise applications. So yeah, these recordings are available also on those website where it says in green watch recording. You can go there and watch full conference.
Yeah, and I think that's all for this virtual conference. I think it's time to wrap it up.
All right, so great. Thank you, Simon. I think that was a great job. You did it, and I think a few of our guys I saw a couple of guys hosted help you a lot. That was great. Thank you, everybody. From my side, I was not available, but again, great conference. Thank you all for everybody for joining us, and hope to see you in our next conference.
All right, so bye everyone. Take care.
All right, thank you.